Morning, hearing examiner Ryan.
Morning, Mr. Lee.
Good morning, Mr. Lee. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
This is Dave. Good morning, Mr. Lee.
Morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner. It's Mr. Albright.
Good morning, everybody. We're on the record. Thank you. Good morning. This is day 5 of the evidentiary hearing in the P&M rate case. I hope everyone had a good weekend. Before we return to the receipt of evidence, I think we need to reset this hearing. First off, Ms. Gould, in addressing your objection to Commission Bench Request 6, I issued to P&M Friday afternoon. I treated you disrespectfully. I deeply regret my behavior toward you in that instance. Please accept my sincere apologies. And to all of you assembled for this hearing, my valued colleagues, I'm very sorry as well to you for your having experienced my impatience and irritation. So to all of you, to counsel, to Mr. Lee, to hearing examiner Ryan, please accept my heartfelt apologies. We can all acknowledge this is a very complex and stressful case. Indeed, it has been described colorfully, but nonetheless accurately in the media as a monster rate case with a lot at stake for many stakeholders. I deeply wish I could go back and undo what happened, but regrettably, I can't. But what I can do, and what is within my power in this case, is to reestablish a positive tone and a smoother path for everyone in this hearing going forward. So to lay that smoother path, I'm now issuing my order, which is derived from basic courtroom decorum policy. The order expressly prohibits counsel from arguing with the tribunal or bench. Now, by tribunal or bench, I mean the commission, the commissioners, and its hearing examiners, who are the commission's designated proxies in cases in which the commissioners delegate their authority under the Commission's Enabling Act in section 6219-20. The hearing examiners are the commission's administrative law judges. As judges, hearing examiners are vested with express duties and powers under the commission's procedural rules. Hearing examiners are charged with the duty to conduct full, fair, and impartial public hearings and to take appropriate action to avoid unnecessary delay in the disposition of proceedings and to maintain order. The powers assigned to hearing examiners include the powers to issue orders to show cause regarding proceedings before the hearing examiner, to regulate the course of public hearings or investigations, and to take such other action as may be necessary and appropriate to discharge their duties consistent with the statutory authority or other authorities under which the commission functions and with the rules and policies of the commission. Basic decorum policy instructs that engaging in arguments with hearing examiners disrupts and delays hearings. The policy further instructs that arguing with hearing examiners is disrespectful to the dignity of the bench. Counsel are not allowed to engage in arguments with judges presiding in district court or on appellate panels. The same courtroom decorum policy should and shall apply in commission hearings. Therefore, in making objections, counsel shall state only the legal grounds for the objection and shall withhold all further comment unless elaboration is requested by the bench. Once the ruling is made on the objection, or for that matter, a ruling is made on any issue, counsel shall refrain from making any re-argument. Accordingly, arguing with the bench or the tribunal is strictly prohibited. Any violation of this rule is grounds for automatic ejection from the hearing. Any subsequent or repeated violation of this rule is grounds for permanent expulsion from the hearing. All right, let's move on. PNM, I believe you are recalling Mr. Sanders to the stand for cross-examination on the company's September 7, 2023 response to bench request number 3. Is that correct?
That's correct, hearing examiner.
The witness has already been sworn in, I believe. Is that correct, PNM?
Yes, Mr. Sanders has been sworn. Mr. Sanders,
Three-part.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Mr. Sanders, you understand you're still under oath?
I do.
Thank you. All right.
3 parties requested the opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Sanders on bench request 3, as is their right under 1.2.235K and MAC. Those parties are Sierra Club, New Energy Economy, and Western Resource Advocates. Each party requested 15 minutes with Mr. Sanders. PNM, do you have some introductory information to present with Mr. Sanders before we move to the cross-examination?
I did not intend to, no, sir.
Well, I thought you just were about to ask Mr. Sanders a question, however.
No, I just wanted to ask him if he was still under oath, and I did. So thank you.
Okay. Well, in the order of cross-examination, then let's start with Sierra Club. You have 15 minutes with Mr. Sanders.
Mr. Medeiros, before I start my cross, I have an issue with the bench request exhibit that I thought I would address when they did a direct. The PDF version has omitted what I would call hidden rows that are in the spreadsheet. So we are, that information is available to me and other parties, but when the PDF is in the record and the Excel file is not later, we won't have a complete record. And I would direct your attention, for example, to this attachment A, and you can see after line row 28, it goes right to 32.
Oh, okay.
And I believe that the witness, and he can confirm, he prepared it for readability, and it's very clear in the Excel file that you can expand that, but I would request that PNM supply one without hidden rows so that we have a complete PDF record.
PNM, how do you respond?
Well, I don't know. I assume we can do it for, as Mr. Mark said, I'm sure we did it for readability. I assume we can add all the hidden rows without making it unreadable, but we will endeavor to change that and submit the PDF.
Thank you.
With that,
Anything?
Mr. Medeiros, if you'd like to start my clock, I'll proceed. Good morning.
Just for
Mr.
the record, sorry, just really quickly, just for the record, I think it's important to note that what appears is that, in the Excel spreadsheet, there's macro functions that allow for the expansion. I see what Mr. Marks is referring to. You can basically collapse or expand as needed. So my guess is when you convert over to PDF, the macros and carry through. I just want to note that.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Sanders, in Mr. Monroy's table, HEM2, it showed an annual revenue requirement impact for Dr. Fisher's recommendations of $12.9 million. Is it correct that the comparable number in the bench response is $10.6 million?
That is correct. Mr. Monroy's table should be replaced with the 10.6. It results on that one. When we had prepared it for Mr. Monroy's table, we inadvertently removed the linkage and test period, which Dr. Fisher had proposed a debt-only return as receiving no return as well. And so we overstated the adjustment for the time period to receive no return in that. And it should be replaced with 10.6.
Okay. And then for the Attorney General's recommendation, the number went up from 3.9 million to 4.3, correct?
That is correct.
And the exclamation for that one?
As we looked through where retirements and cost of removal activity, which flow into the accumulated reserve portion of rate base or accumulated depreciation within net plant, those buckets were accounted for in the wrong time periods, as well, as we're really playing with time periods of when things are getting certain returns on them. And so when we properly reflect those within the post July 1, 2016 time period, as is the time period for, the debt return proposed by the Attorney General, that increased it from 3.9 million dollars to the 4.3 million shown here.
Okay. And then lastly, for New Energy Economy, that was the big change. It dropped by more than half, from 17.7 million to 6.5 million, correct?
Yes, and so on that one, it's a little different scenario with that. I believe in Mr. Monroy's testimony, and within that table, he stated that it did not include the amortization of their proposed regulatory asset for recovery. And so when you bring in that, which is the 9.8 million you can see on line 63, that's the biggest impact to that change in the recovery of their proposed regulatory asset over 3 years.
Okay, three different, each one of these was affected by somewhat different changes. Did you identify these corrections at the same time while you were preparing this response to the bench request, or did you identify them prior to that?
I identified them while we were preparing the bench request. I believe it was NEE that kind of had requested us to really try to segregate out the tranches into the proper buckets. And as we were doing that and reconciling to other interrogatory responses, we had realized that we inadvertently had missed some of the cost of removal and retirement activity in the accumulated reserves. And then realized as we broke this out and did the exhibit in this fashion that we had inadvertently removed an additional, I think, approximately 29 million in the Sierra Club one for Mr. Monroy's HEM2 rebuttal table.
Thank you. So turning to row 99, that's the estimated impairment of asset write-off. How are those calculated? The Excel file I have just has a hard number put in there.
Sure. So they're calculated, they're all slightly different based on the accounting requirements of what's being proposed by the parties. So I'll do my best to walk through them one by one, if that's okay.
Please.
So for New Mexico, or sorry, the NMAG column E. That is based on what's called newly completed plant impairment analysis under ASC Accounting Standards Codification, ASC 980-360-35, and I believe it's section 3512. As PNM has already taken the impairment on balances from July 1 of 2016 through December 31st, 2018. That analysis focuses on January 1 of 2019 through the end of my test period, December 24th. As those items are not currently reflected in rates and have not gone through an initial rate case, they fall under that recently completed plant standard for that, in which there's built out a cash flow analysis based on the cash flows that you would receive under the proposed debt-only return compared to the cash flows received under achieving a full return of those investments. You net present both of those cash flows back to current value, and the difference between those cash flows becomes your impairment under that scenario. And so that equals for the NMAG a pre-tax impairment of $24,430,000 or $430,589.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Since I'm on a limited time here, would it be fair to say that the other two are based on a cash flow analysis as well, with some different details, but it's the two cash flow streams?
Sierra Clubs is based on a cash flow stream. It's discounted at, or portions of it are discounted at debt and portions at your full WACC, based on the piece that's from July 1, 2016 through December of 2018 falls actually under a to be abandoned accounting standard of 35-1, because it has gone through an initial rate case. The other portions of it follow that exact same analysis. For any ease, since it is just a complete disallowance, it's not a cash flow analysis. It is truly a difference of the 29 million established for the regulatory asset versus the projected net book values becomes your write-off effectively.
And if instead of the adjustments, for example, that Sierra Club and the Attorney General recommended, which are to change the rate of return on these assets, the commission ordered just a straight write-off, say of 50% of the post-2016 investments or 25% or some percentage, would the impairment just be the amount of assets that are ordered withdrawn from rate base?
I believe so, yes. That would just fall under similar to any ease where it's a complete disallowance, and that would be your write-off.
Okay. Do you know if it's PNM's continuing position that any portion of Four Corner rate base that is included in rates in any way, even at a reduced rate of return, would be eligible for inclusion in an ETA financing order if there was an approved abandonment of the plant?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I asked him if he knew PNM's position.
Overruled.
I don't know our position on that necessarily. I assume outcomes of this would play into potential analysis, but I'm not familiar with exactly the language within the ETA and what could or couldn't qualify either. So I don't think I'm in the right position to give you even my opinion or position on that.
Okay. Assuming, so Dr. Fisher recommends that there should be no return at all on PNM's Four Corners investments from July 2016 to June 2022 in the rates set in this case. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
Okay. But absent any other disallowances, the rates would still include a return of that investment, the depreciation on that investment, correct?
That is my understanding and what I have modeled here, yes.
Okay. So if the commission took Dr. Fisher's recommendation, PNM would be getting depreciation in its rates for those investments.
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. And even with the new energy economy, they're not recommending that PNM be not denied depreciation, are they?
I think that's a more complex one. It's really technically not depreciation under their proposal. It'd be an amortization of a regulatory asset. And it's limited to 50% of investments made on or before June 30th, 2016, I think is how I've understood it. And so it would not have any depreciation or even amortization related to assets beyond that date. And it's only 50% of them before. And like I said, another just super technical accounting, it's actually amortization, not the depreciation, as it would be a regulatory asset at that time and no longer in plant and service under their proposal.
Okay, so when I look at row 62, column G, and there's 9.8 million there, and it for the other three scenarios, the 4.7 million, that's depreciation, but the 9.8 doesn't include any depreciation. It's an amortization of their regulatory asset.
That's correct. They proposed 3 years amortization of their regulatory asset, which works to be about 29 million as 50% of the asset balance at the from investments made before 6/30/2016. Whew, there's a lot of words. I apologize. And so dividing that by 3, you get the 9.8 million over the 3-year amortization period.
What's that next row that says accretion ARO?
Sure, that's your accretion expense on the asset retirement obligation, ARO. Really like your decommissioning expenses related to the liability shown up on line 41 for your ARO liability that's included in rate base. The way that works is you have your liability that then gets a rate on it. I can't remember exactly what that rate's called. One of our accountants might know that better. That applies to it, that then calculates your annual accretion expense. And so your liability grows as well as your accretion expense. And that's how a utility collects its decommissioning costs, is through the accretion on the liabilities.
Okay, so that's separate category of cost than the disputed investments. Doesn't flow from them at all.
No, it is not tied to the investments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sanders. Responses have been very helpful. I have nothing further.
I will clarify for your other thing. I can make this and expand all of it. I used an outline function purely for printability, and so where it's legible on a page. When I expand all those, it will obviously add extensive rows to it. And so I tried to collapse it for functional ones that I thought gave good meaning, as they tend to reflect just summations of the lines above. For printability and legibility on a printed copy, if the commission does wish to have it expanded, we can produce that. I will caution that it will likely be very, very small print.
Well,
Mr. Medeiros, my preference would be that we keep the version that they filed last week and then supplement it with one that has all the rows, so it's all there.
I agree. And
We
Mr.
should be able to
Sanders,
provide that today.
I'm sorry.
So we should be able to provide that today.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders.
Sure.
New energy economy, you have 15 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Sanders. You provided the answers to this bench request. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Could you look at total net plant on line 21?
Yes.
Does the total net plant represent the net book value of the plant?
So I'm going to say yes, and then I'm going to clarify some nuances to it. So yes, it does. However, it reflects the amount that is included within the test period, which reflects a 13-month averaging of the net book balances. And so it's not necessarily a snapshot point in time of the net book value, but rather the 13-month average of the balances included within the test period.
And so what you have on line 21 is 262,125,689. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Does the total net plant amount represent what the company hasn't yet recovered from ratepayers?
In theory, yes. I think that could be an overgeneralization, but in theory, yes, that's your net book value is what is yet to be collected from ratepayers. I say that's an oversimplification just because for investments that have made between rate cases and such, or the declining, those aren't reset annually. And so it's not a pure annual reset to it to truly reflect that as you would have in like a more timely rider situation. However, in theory, I would agree that yes, that's reflective of what is yet to be recovered.
Thank you. Which does that mean what you just said, that number can go up, but in with added capital expenditures? Is that correct?
It can go up or it could go down depending on the pacing of added investments versus depreciation expense and retirement, cost of removal, those type of things all go into the inclusion of that net book value.
On line 47, there is a regulatory asset, which I think is supposed to represent half the remaining balance of undepreciated assets remaining at the plant as of July 1st, 2016, amortized over 3 years. Is that right?
So yes, it's reflective of the, let me see if I have the exact number. I believe it's like 58 point, I don't know that I have the exact number. Oh, here it is. It's reflective of 58 million, 58,019,759 million of a net book value of the assets prior to June 16th.
Prior to July 2016, right?
Sorry, yes, my note says June 30th of 2016.
Okay.
That is correct. And then it is reduced by 50% as the proposed recovery of those investments, which would give you $29,009,879. That is an amortized.
You mean 29 million, right?
Yes, $29,009,879. That is an amortized over the 3 years, which gives you the 9.8 million of amortization expense showed in line 62. We then assume that's, a straight line amortization, which is why the amount on 47 is effectively reduced by half of that amortization to get to your 13-month average of what would be included in the test period for that regulatory asset.
Okay. And is it your understanding that in real time, on December 15th, 2016, at the San Juan plant, when there was San Juan units 2 and 3, there was an agreement to have half of the remaining undepreciated investments, 50%. It was treated that way plus WAC. That's how that San Juan units were treated to be dealt with. Is that right? Just 6
Object-
months before, just 6 months, excuse me, just 6 months before this would have happened had this plant been abandoned on June 30th.
Objection. I believe this goes on the scope of, beyond the scope of the cross, the bench request 3.
The reason I'm bringing this up is it goes to the remedy, and I believe it's important for the commission to know about why that was chosen, because that's what the commission decided 6 months earlier, and I think it's relevant to the remedy.
Consistent with the relaxed rules of evidence that apply in this administrative proceeding, where the commission is trying to understand as much information as feasible on the relevant issues, the objection is overruled.
I don't know or remember all of those dates or when and what might have occurred. I believe you're referring to case 13-00390 UT, of which the undepreciated investment at the time of units 2 and 3 was abandoned, did receive a 50% recovery at full WAC. However, that was a stipulation that also included benefits to the company, such as bringing in Palo Verde 3 into rates at a stipulated value as well. And so that's my remembrance of that case. I don't know if that actually answered your question, but
It does. Thank you very much. Can you turn to New Energy Economy Exhibit 20, which was emailed to everyone this morning? And is it possible for you to have that open at the same time, please, as your response to bench request number 3?
I have the PDF here printed in front of me. Is that good enough?
I think it is. I think it is. Thank you. I'm just trying to put all these screens open on for myself as well. So let me just ask you, sir. This is PNM's objection and responses to New Energy Economy's first set of discovery, correct?
Yes, very specifically, the first set of discovery number 19, 1-19.
And you sponsored that, and your affirmation is there saying that you swore to the answer to New Energy Economy interrogatories 118 through 121, correct? Which includes this exhibit.
That is correct.
Thank you. If you go to the 4th page of this PDF, this is PNM's forecasted Four Corners annual revenue requirement for the base period through 2031. Is that also true?
Yes. 2031 is like a half year, I think, because it assumes the plant closes mid-year.
Great. Thank you. We'll get to that in one minute. So the 262 million that's in total net plant in bench request number 3 is the same 262 million that's in line 9, column G. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the total working capital on bench request 3 on line 45 is the same as the total working capital on PNM exhibit NE 1-19 on line 20 in column G. Is that correct?
Yes.
I think that you just explained, but I'm going to ask you specifically why the total net plant on P and M exhibit NE-119B, column M, line 9, goes from 292 million to 143 million in column N, line 9.
So the 262 to 292 million, that's what we're asking.
No, I was actually asking you, why does it go from 292 million in column M to 143 million in column N, both line 9?
Well, it'll be an averaging effect would be, I mean, I don't have my formulas in front of me, and this was prepared quite a while ago. And so I'm not exactly how the formulas work, but my assumption would be that it reflects an averaging impact so that half of the year is zero. Like I've stated, we have, we assume at least a simple average for purposes of the test period, and filings such as this, we use the 13-month average as is required under the future test year. But for modeling purposes, we will still generally use at least a simple average to have an average rate base for a year, to give a kind of a reflective of what those costs would be throughout the year. And so that would be my guess and my assumption, but it is, like I said, this was prepared. It was your first set, so a while ago, and I don't exactly remember how the formulas worked. I apologize.
No, it's okay. So you see that, I think that you put a asterisk next to the 2031 date. And then what you say at the bottom on line 74 is assumes a planned shutdown July 2031 to coincide with the end of the coal contract. You see that?
Yes, that's where you'd get that averaging effect where it's zero for the second half of the year.
And so if it contained a number there for the full year, would that be 286 million?
I do not know. I don't know exactly how the math worked, and I don't want to speculate on quoting a number.
Okay. But whatever that amount would be is essentially the amount of undepreciated assets at Four Corners. Isn't that true? At the time the plant would close?
Again, it would be probably an averaging, and so I don't know that it would be an exact or anything of that measure. And I also would say that for these generally, we have assumed an average of capital additions that we've seen and carried it forward. And we have not attempted to, where we usually don't attempt to model like any slowdown to capital additions or anything of that may occur as a plant nears closer to retirement. And so I do not want to speculate as to what a balance may or may not be without doing a proper analysis on that. And I don't think that was intended to be provided here. And so I don't know that it's, completely reliable for getting to what a 2031 balance may or may not be.
But it's roughly correct. Is that right? You said it was a forecasted estimate. Is that right?
It is a forecasted estimate, yes, but I don't know what the balance would be.
Could I ask you please to rather quickly go to Graves?
Ms. Nazzi,
Yes, sir.
couple of times I've heard you attempting to cut the witness off when he's about to finish his statement. Could you please allow the witness to finish and not try and
Yes, sir.
cut the witness off? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Sir, could you quickly go to Mr. Graves' rebuttal, page 22, line 7. That's P&M Exhibit 18 for the record.
I'm there.
Could you also look at line 7? And does it say for the period of 2023 through 2031, I relied on costs forecasts for FCPP from PNM. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I have 5 more questions. Can I take the time to ask those? And if it means me taking time from Mr. Phillips, I would do that.
Let's see how it goes.
Thank you,
Five.
sir.
How long?
I just have these 5 questions. I just have 5 questions left.
Well,
That's
5
it.
questions could be 5 hours or it could be 5 minutes.
I'm hoping that it's 5 minutes or less.
Please proceed.
Thank you. When Mr. Graves testified that he relied on the forecast numbers for Four Corners Power Plant, those are the same numbers that are represented in PNM Exhibit NE 1-19B, correct?
I'm not positive on that. I would have, they likely would have come from my team, and we try to be very consistent with what we pull. So I would assume they are the same, if not very comparable. I'm not familiar with Frank Graves' testimony. He did work with my team on it. And so like I said, I would assume they're comparable, if not the same. But I'm not positive.
If PNM aligned the terminal date with the useful life date using the straight line depreciation method suggested by Mr. Watson for how PNM proposes to depreciate the gas plants, what would the revenue requirement of Four Corners be in the test period and through 2031 as seen in your bench request 3?
Objection. I believe Ms. Nanasi has misstated Mr. Watson's testimony. She even asked him about the straight line depreciation. I guess I would just ask her to rephrase without referencing his. I think she could ask the question without referencing Mr. Watson's testimony.
Sir, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I believe that Mr. Watson says he uses a straight line depreciation method for the gas plants in his testimony.
Well, the beauty of pre-filed testimony, again, another tutorial this morning. Beauty of pre-filed testimony is that it speaks for itself. So we need to move forward. So again, one more time, consistent with the relaxed.
Sorry, I thought you were done. I apologize.
May I?
Please.
Consistent with the relaxed rules of evidence that pertain in administrative proceedings in utility agency cases throughout the country, the commission is attempting to obtain as much relevant information on the issues that impact all ratepayers, all stakeholders in the case, and therefore the objection is overruled.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Sanders, would you like me to restate that for you?
Yes, please. I honestly kind of got lost in it. So if we could.
Thank you. If PNM aligned the terminal date with the useful life date, meaning ending Four Corners in 2031 instead of 2041, using the straight line depreciation method suggested by Mr. Watson for how PNM proposes to depreciate the gas plants, what would the revenue requirement of Four Corners be in the test period?
I don't know. You'd probably need to ask Mr. Watson. I would say that I don't believe he does use a straight line. I think he considers cost of removal, net salvage, and all of those into his depreciation as well. And so I don't believe it's a just pure straight line that's used. And I don't know how I would calculate a depreciation. Mr. Watson would need to state what the depreciation would or wouldn't be, or at least calculate the rate, and then I could calculate the depreciation expense.
If you could just look back to New Energy Economy, PNM Exhibit New Energy Economy 1-19B, if PNM aligned the terminal date with the useful life date, that would increase the depreciation expense on P and M exhibit NE 119B on line 31. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. I believe our current depreciation assumes a 2041 terminal date. And so to shorten that to a 2041 terminal date, and to shorten that to a 2031 would likely increase the depreciation expense. However, I don't really want to speak too much of it, because I don't know, like I said, the other components that go into depreciation expense. I wouldn't know if those would increase, offset, or anything of that nature to a potential rate that is established to do that. All things else considered equal, shortening a life, yes, would increase your depreciation expense.
And so whatever number that would be, it would change on New Energy Economy exhibit 119B on line 31, and would also have a corresponding change in bench request 3 and affect line 62. Is that correct?
To the extent our commission approved a depreciation rate different from what is proposed in our case for Four Corners, yes, it would impact both line 31 and NEE 20, as well as line 62 in bench request 3.
Thank you. I have one last question. If we wanted to know the full cost of New Energy Economy's proposed remedy, wouldn't we want to also include the cost of fuel, which is reflected more specifically on P&M exhibit New Energy Economy 1-19B lines 66 through 69?
I mean, fuel is a component of, customer rates. It's separate from the tariffs we're proposing here. And my understanding from the bench request issued was specific to tables that have been provided before that looked at the non-fuel impacts related to the tariffs for the different proposals. And so we modeled it that way. I mean, I would believe fuel would be the same in every proposal, as well as fuel through the FPPCAC. And so it wouldn't create the difference of scenarios, though.
Correct, but just if we wanted to give would you agree that if we wanted to give the commission?
That was an
a full
additional
picture-
question. I'm sorry.
You're right.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, I'm sorry
Yes,
for
sir.
stepping over. I'm sorry for stepping over Ms. Nnazi's question. However, as the presider over this hearing, she did say she had one more question, and then she asked another one. So, but I apologize for interrupting her and for troubling you with that. Anything further, Ms. Nnazi?
I would move the admission of New Energy Economy Exhibit 20 into evidence.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
New Energy Economy Exhibit 20 is admitted. All right, Western Resource Advocates, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Mr. Sanders.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Fine, thank you. And you?
Doing all right.
Okay. So are you familiar? My first question relates back to the 21-000-174 Corners case. And from that case, are you familiar with P&M's request for securitization recovery that included reversal of the impairment that P&M took as a result of the 16276 case?
I was not a witness in that case. I mean, I'm familiar. We did abandonment. I'm not exactly sure how all the details and issues played out. I was not the witness in that one. And so I did not study it in detail. No.
That's fine. Are you familiar with the fact that P&M requested securitization recovery of a Four Corners related impairment reversal?
To my knowledge, P and M requested the assets that were in rates. I don't know the ETA at a certain date, consistent with the language in the ETA, but like I said, I apologize. I'm just really not familiar with all the dates, all the stat, like I have not studied that case in detail.
Okay, so you don't know whether PNM sought securitization recovery of the effect of a reversal of that write-off impairment.
I loosely remember it being something that was discussed, listening to hearings, but I don't remember the issue, how it played out or to that extent. So I don't want to misspeak on the issue.
Okay, and my questions are leading to this question, which is, does your response to bench request number 3, does it include any accounting assumptions about the accounting treatment of that? Let me ask it better. Does it include any assumptions about reversals of impairments for write-offs?
It does not. It is purely to account for the additional impairments or write-offs that we would take based on the proposals by the parties. We have not considered any form of a reversal of a write-off or impairment or any of that nature in performing this analysis.
Would it have any effect on future requests for reversals, securitization recovery of the effect of reversals?
I do not know. I don't know when or what the securitization would look like. I assume these different proposals could potentially require different analysis. As I stated in my testimony with Mr. Marks, there's actually different standards that apply to each one of these scenarios. And I am not aware of how those different standards would play into potential securitization and what's allowed under the rules of the ETA. And so I don't know.
And my other questions were asked by Mr. Marks, so that's all I have, Mr. Maderos. Thank you, Mr. Sanders.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right. We also have the consistent with the order of examination and this process that we've set for this hearing and most commission hearings. When the commissioners are present, if the commissioners have any questions for Mr. Sanders on this issue, now would be the time.
None for me, hearing examiner. Thank you.
Not at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing examiner Ryan.
No, thank you.
P&M redirect.
Yeah, just one question, if I may. Mr. Sanders, do you still have what's been marked as any exhibit 20 in front of you?
Maybe. I put a bunch of stuff away. Yes, I do.
That is the response to any interrogatory, any 119. You have that?
I do, yes.
You talked extensively with Ms. Nanasi about the data, which is included in the exhibit on page 4 of that exhibit. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can you just talk or summarize the limitations of the data that's found in the attachment or the exhibit on page 4 of NEE exhibit 20, please?
Objection to the form of the question assumes a fact not in evidence. She said that there was a limitation to the data. I think that that's an improper recross.
Would you like me to respond? I don't, but I can ask it another way if you would like. Hearing examiner. Mr. Sanders, in the response to NEE 119, it states it provides some information on the data that's provided in the exhibit attached to the response to NE 119. Can you talk about what it says about the data and that is shown in the page 4 of NE Exhibit 20?
So the response says that PNM does not have all the requested information for the periods, and that it does not calculate or maintain or calculate this cost on an ongoing basis. For the years 2016 through 2021, we provided FERC Form 1 data pages to be responsive of those periods. For the remaining periods, PNM provided data within the rate case for the base period, linkage data, and test period, and then has rolled those values forward to reflect forecasts or projections through 2031. And then it references the various exhibits. So through column 24 or column G, test period 24 on the exhibit, PNM exhibit NEE 1-19B, that data is very reflective of refined estimates that we were comfortable requesting the commission to set rates and tariffs on from this case. Beyond that period, we are using simple forecast data, oftentimes just averages of historic. Sometimes it's system budget data, which can change annually to roll forward, as well as, like I stated with Mrs. Nazi earlier, I do not believe that we assumed any tapering of capital or O&M that you might see or expect as a plant neared retirement through the end of it. Is we just assume that the plant would continue at basically its average operation as it moved out. So obviously, as you get past 2025, there will be refinements to estimates as we go.
Thank you, hearing examiner. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Sanders, truly appreciate you coming back and testifying on this important issue.
Absolutely.
From my heart, thank you, sir. We may see you, we will see you again, but in a different context when we get to the end of the case. And by that, I don't want to be, it's just something I've been thinking about, and that I communicated with hearing examiner Ryan over the weekend about, I believe it was Saturday morning, that we're going to need a special advisor or confidential panel, as it's called, at the end of the rate case, since this is a full-blown, fully litigated rate case. And I imagine you may be, we may be honored to have you on our panel.
Understood. I'd love to do it.
Thank you, sir. All right, let's keep moving on. Would PNM please call its next witness?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, Rick Alvidrez here. We call Brent Heffington. He'll give us a couple of moments to change out witnesses. He'll take the stand.
All right, and while that's happening, I have 2 raised hands. Let's go to Ms. Gould.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I have 2 preliminary issues to address this morning, if I may.
Please proceed.
First, I emailed Anna Mary a cross-examination exhibit 43 to parties, Mr. Lee and the hearing examiners, over the weekend. I seek to get that exhibit formally admitted.
Is it in the Dropbox folder for the case? I believe I put it in there. And I'm sorry. I want to be clear. I'm not singling you out. It's something else I wanted to remind myself to say, is that the parties are responsible for going back in there to make sure the hearing examiner put the documents in where they belong, and so that we ensure that they're in the record. It's a reciprocal relationship. I put them in there when or hearing examiner Ryan does, but the parties are also responsible to make sure that they end up in the proper place in Dropbox. Is that clear? Okay.
Yeah. Yes, Mr.
Yes.
Hearing Examiner, it is in Dropbox. I just saw, I didn't know the procedure. I didn't know if PNM had to agree because it wasn't completely admitted. So I just wanted to follow up on that. Thank you.
No, you're totally fine. What I'm trying to express to you and the parties specifically is that those exhibits in the Dropbox folder are the parties exhibit. We attempt to keep good housekeeping order of the exhibits, but it's also the party's responsibility to make sure their exhibits are in the right place. That's all I'm trying to convey.
Did
All
you
right,
want
any-
us, just to follow up on that, did you want us
No.
to,
Hold on. New energy economy?
thank you, sir. Just to follow up on what you're just talking about, did you want us to update, at least by the end of the hearing, our exhibit list, including what exhibits were actually requested and granted admission of? Because they've
Yes.
changed. Okay, thank you. That's what I just wanted to make sure that I understood. And do you want us to do that via email or Dropbox?
Well, since the hearing examiners and the commission are the custodians of the Dropbox folders, email will suffice. Although, yes, by email.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're back on New Mexico area cross-examination exhibit 43. Is that correct?
Yes.
Any objection?
None from PNM.
Hearing no objection from PNM or any other party, New Mexico area cross-examination exhibit 43 is admitted.
Thank you. And my second issue, I wanted to see how you wanted to handle. There was a previous ruling by you, I believe, that if there was a bench request by PNM and we had an objection to it, we had to make it the following morning. So there was a bench request BR1 issued by PNM on Friday. And NM area has an objection to that. I don't know if you want to handle that now or later.
Please state the objection.
First, the admission is contrary to the solution worked out at the August 25th pre-hearing, which was to sequester the issues related to the rate credit until the New Mexico Supreme Court acts on the motion for remand. Second, the rate credit issue addresses PNM's current rates and is an entirely separate issue from the calculation of PNM's future rates. The rate credit makes customers whole for PNM's past actions. The revenue requirement that will be approved in this case makes PNM whole going forward. If approved, the rate credit will only
Slow
exist
down,
for
Ms.
one
Sorry,
year.
if you could
Slow
slow
down.
down, please.
Sorry. The revenue requirement, I'm nervous. I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's okay. Just tell yourself in your head, like you were reading at church. That's something you've ever done. That's what I always
Well.
think to myself.
Yes, I do not want to get kicked out of this hearing, so thank you. The revenue requirement that will be approved in this case makes PNM whole going forward. If approved, the rate credit will only exist for 1 year. It should not be considered, the rate credit that is, should not be considered when determining the reasonableness of PNM's future rates on a going forward basis. Thank you. That's my objection for the record.
PNM, any response? After you've had a chance to absorb that objection.
Well, Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is really a commission exhibit as we regard it. We were asked to prepare the information. We did, and we presented it to you for whatever use you're going to make of it. We didn't have an objection.
All right, thank you. I'll take the matter under advisement. It is taken under advisement. Let's move on.
May we proceed?
I would hope so.
We call our Brent Heffington to the stand.
Mr. Heffington, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Heffington, can you state your name, employer, and position for the record?
R. Brent Heffington. I'm work for PNM and I'm the managing director of generation for them.
And Mr. Heffington, did you prepare direct testimony dated December 5th, 2022 that was pre-filed in this testimony?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you also review and approve certain errata to that testimony that was also filed in this case?
Yes, I did.
Can you confirm that PNM Exhibit 22 is a true and correct copy of your direct testimony that includes the errata we just discussed?
Yes, I can.
And is your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we move the admission of PNM Exhibit 22 into evidence.
Any objection? Hearing none, PNM Exhibit 22 is admitted.
And Mr. Heffington, did you also prepare supplemental testimony dated February 17, 2023 in this case?
Yes, I did.
And can you confirm that what we've marked as PNM Exhibit 23 is a true and correct copy of that testimony?
Yes, I can.
And is that testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we move the admission of PNM Exhibit 23.
Any objection? Hearing none, PNM Exhibit 23 is admitted.
And with that, sir, Mr. Heffington is ready for examination.
Thank you. Bernalillo County, 10 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, and on reflection, I have no cross-examination for Mr. Heffington.
Thank you. New Mexico area. We have you down for 60 minutes, 60
Thank
minutes.
you. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Heffington. My name is Kelly Gould. I represent New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance, or NM area.
Morning.
Mr. Heffington, you are the Managing Director of Generation, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you please describe your job duties?
So I oversee all of PNM's owned generation. Also oversee the interest that we have in plants where we have an ownership interest but are not the operator. Oversee the wholesale power marketing department and also generation engineering, which is a centralized engineering group for the generation assets.
Okay, thank you. On page 4 of your direct testimony, you state that you are responsible for the strategic direction and operation of PNM's generating resources to ensure that they continue to provide safe, reliable, and cost-effective electricity generation to customers within PNM's service territory. The functions I oversee include generation operations, maintenance, engineering, construction, fuel, and purchase power procurement. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Do you operate the gas plants on PNM system?
Yes.
Do you agree? Excuse me. Is there some background noise on?
I believe it's coming from PNM.
It's just the sound of the paper. I think that's the papers, Mr. Vidrez, as you're shuffling them. I don't think much can be done about it.
Okay. Do you agree that gas plants provide ancillary services to PNM system other than capacity?
They do provide some ancillary services. Yes, they do.
Such as resource adequacy?
Could you repeat that?
Such as resource adequacy services?
So they can provide spinning reserve.
Okay. Do they provide support to distribution feeders? Could they?
No, we're tied, the gas plants are tied to the transmission system.
Could the gas plants provide voltage support?
They can provide voltage support, yes.
Is PNM proposing to functionalize any portion of its fossil fire generation facility costs to transmission?
Could you please repeat that question?
Is PNM proposing to functionalize any portion of its fossil fuel fire generation facility costs as transmission?
I don't know the answer to that. That's a cost of service question.
Okay. Will part of your duties as director of generation include operation of the batteries?
Yes, I mean, the batteries we currently have on our system are through an ESA, so we don't currently own them. We just are, we're able to store our energy in there and then recall it when we need it on the system. So yes.
For the record, could you please tell Mr. Lee what ESA stands for?
It's Energy Storage Agreement.
Thank you. And so just to flesh out your answer, does PNM operate the ESAs, or are those operated by the third-party owners?
So the ESA, or Energy Storage Agreement, outlines the parameters on the operations of the batteries, but our group is in charge of scheduling and discharging the batteries on the PNM system.
Great, that's very helpful. So scheduling and discharging. Okay, I will get back to that. I'll just put a pin in that if that's okay. I want to be clear here that PNM is requesting approval for 600, well, excuse me. PNM has requested approval for 620 megawatts of ESAs. Is that your understanding? I just added the table that you have on page 15 to come up with 620.
So if you did add those, then that's correct.
Okay, and then those are the ESAs, which are batteries owned by third parties, correct?
You are correct.
And in addition, PNM is also in this case requesting to put the costs of 12 megawatts of PNM owned batteries for recovery and the revenue requirement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And will you be in charge of operating the PNM owned batteries?
Yes, our group will be involved in that.
Okay. So let's start with the ESAs because that encompasses the majority of the batteries that PNM will have on the system.
Okay.
Will the ESAs be co-located at solar facilities?
They are.
Okay. And will they be supporting the production of those solar facilities?
They can support the production at the solar facilities, but also with the change in the Investment Recovery Act, they can be grid charged.
Okay.
All of them but the Hickory one.
And why can't the Hickory one be grid charged?
Logistically, where it's at, it's outside our service territory, so it needs to charge from the co-located facility in order to keep costs minimized.
Okay. Do the third-party owners of the ESAs have any control of those batteries?
No, PNM controls it based on the agreements.
Okay. And how will they be controlled? And what I mean by controlled is turned on or off, or I guess discharged. I'm not quite sure the wording, but will they be manually turned on or off, or will they be turned on or off through an algorithmic computer program?
So we do, it will, the latter, we have a battery control system that will help us dispatch the battery in the most efficient way.
And is that in real time, or is that the computer program is made and then the batteries are forced to do what the program says?
So it can be in real time. Like I said, we do have our wholesale power marketing group does schedule for the next day and a couple days out when they need resources. And that is taken into account in the battery controls so that we know it can figure out what's the optimal time to charge the battery and then what's the optimal time to discharge the battery.
Okay, great. So you're looking at the system as a whole, and the battery is providing services looking at the system as a whole. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And so a computer model would not override your control of the battery.
No, it's just it aids. It's a tool to aid in that.
Okay, great. Thank you. So sorry if this question is a little convoluted. I don't know as much about batteries as you do.
Okay.
How will the batteries, the ESAs, be optimized? Will they be optimized in a way to extend their life, or will they be optimized in a way to, enhance customer savings, or will they be optimized in a way to optimize system reliability? What are the metrics for how these batteries will be used?
Objection compound.
And
How will these batteries be optimized?
We our Arroyo battery did go COD in August 8th. We did have test energy going into that to commission it, to figure, our control systems out and things like that. So we've got about 30 days COD on the battery. And right now we've been utilizing the battery during the day to charge so that we can take excess energy off the system that would otherwise be curtailed. And what we've been looking at the chart around, around the 8 o'clock hour in the evenings is when the peak discharge of these batteries are happening after our solar production has dropped off. So it's been optimized right now to help with capacity as our renewables are dropping off.
Okay, thank you. I think my question was, I appreciate your answer. My question was a little bit more specific, I think. So Let me see if I can, well, the question in my head was more specific. Let me see if I can articulate it. Pursuant to the ESA agreements, is PNM required to optimize the batteries to make sure the life of the battery is extended? Or
I believe all of the agreements are a 20-year agreement, and that there will have to be some supplementation by the developer as capacity drops off to help compensate for that. So specifically, if it's, I don't recall if it's in the contract that we have to operate it to optimize life. I know that maybe one of the parameters is you can charge it once a day and discharge it once a day, fully discharge. So that is part of a battery trying to prolong the life of the battery.
you said maybe that's a requirement. Is it a requirement?
It is a requirement. So I said maybe that requirement, I guess I worded it poorly, will help optimize the battery life.
And is there a requirement that once you start the discharge, you have to discharge it fully. And when you, well, I'll stop there.
So from my recollection, we can have one full discharge during a day, and then one recharge. So I think we can schedule that discharge to start. And I've seen some of the discharges start out very small over some hours, and maybe it take, it's a 4-hour battery, but it's because we weren't discharging all the energy at once, we've been able to stretch that out over to maybe 6 or 8 hours.
Okay, but you can't stop the discharge and then start it again. But you can slow the discharge?
I would have to go reread the agreements to know. I can't recall. I'm sorry.
Okay, and the only reason I'm asking is because it's my understanding that if you don't charge or discharge the batteries in a certain way, then the life of the battery could get short. Is that your understanding too?
That's my understanding. I also know that it's some warranties require certain aspects of how you charge and discharge it, but I don't know the specifics.
Okay, but any computer program that is controlling the batteries would be controlling the batteries in alignment with the ESA parameters, the ESA agreements. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Would you agree that with the expiration of the short-term power contracts, the abandonment of San Juan Generating Station and Palo Verde Nuclear Generating Station, that PNM system is in need of capacity resources?
Yes, that's why we have these replacement projects approved to take the place of that capacity.
Great, thank you. So if is the ServM model in any way connected to the computer program that is used to discharge the batteries?
I do not know the answer to that question. I'm not familiar with that model that you mentioned.
So as far as your understanding is concerned, there is no connection between that model and the computer program that discharges the batteries?
Yeah, I do not know.
But you're in charge of the battery, so you would know if it were. Is that accurate?
I am in charge of the battery, but I don't know all the fine details about the control system on it.
But do you think that you would have been aware of a name of a modeling program?
Yes.
Thanks. So let's move to I'm getting some background noise. I don't know if there's somebody that's not on mute.
There's somebody in my office. Give me just a second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Go ahead. I don't know if that's it, but
Thank you. Okay, so let's move to the PNM owned batteries, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
So the PNM owned batteries are the ones that PNM has requested a CCN for, and CCN stands for Certificate of Convenience and Necessity, in case 23-00162 UT. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And on page 32 of your direct testimony, you discuss these PNM owned batteries, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And you describe the function and the cost of these batteries, correct?
That's correct.
And the cost for these PNM owned batteries is approximately 22.3 million, is that correct?
That's correct.
How are the costs of these PNM owned batteries being allocated?
I believe they're being allocated on production, but again, that's a cost of service question.
Okay, if I could share my screen.
Sure, should have the ability to do that.
Is this large enough or do I need to zoom in?
That's good for
On
me.
my
And I don't know if the other folks have, it's pretty real size.
Okay, so what I have up on the screen is PNM's responses to NM Area's 15th set of discovery interrogatories. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm gonna scroll, sorry, I'm gonna look at two things at once so I can read my cross. I'm gonna scroll to 15-1. And here, 15-1, you are a sponsor of this interrogatory response, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And just for the record, NM Area Interrogatory 15-1 is attached to Mr. Dauphinais, which is spelled DAUPPHINAIS, Mr. Dauphinais' direct testimony as NM Area Exhibit JRD-2. This testimony has not yet been admitted into the record, but will be moved for admittance later in the proceeding. So these questions in 15-1 refer to PNM owned batteries as opposed to the ESAs. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to scroll to letter F, and it says, are these batteries being allocated using the modified 3 summer, 1 winter? And the response to F is no. These batteries are allocated to customer classes using PNM's traditional 3 summer, 1 winter production CP allocator, and CP stands for coincident peak. And then it says, please refer to PNM's response to NM Area 11-1C. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. So let me stop the screen share and see if I can pull up 11C so we can do this kind of adventure, discovery, response adventure. Share screen. And what I have shared on the screen now is PNM's response to NM Area's 11th set of interrogatories. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm gonna go to 11-1C. And you are one of the sponsors of this interrogatory, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I am going to read C. Please provide a detailed narrative explaining why this $11,322,122 of production battery storage has not been functionalized in the same manner as the energy storage agreements as discussed at page 5, lines 6 to 7 of the direct testimony of Abraham Casas. And the answer to that question is, during the preparation of the case, PNM functionalized the production battery storage to be 100% production demand because it does offer support at the production level. Given the attributes of battery storage, it may be appropriate to functionalize the production battery storage in a different manner. Since the production battery storage is located at 2 existing PNM solar facility sites and will support their production from those facilities, PNM does believe that the functionalization as production demand has support. However, it may be appropriate to further evaluate this functionalization as part of PNM's rebuttal case with input from interveners. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and the 1.3 million that is discussed in question C is a 13-month average of the plant balances associated with the PNM owned battery storage. Is that correct?
The 11 million?
Yes, the 11.3 million is.
Could you please repeat that? I'm sorry.
Sure, well, we can just go to interrogatory A. Please
Okay.
provide a detailed narrative explaining what resources and costs are included in the $11,322,122 of production battery storage. And I don't want to read the whole response, but it says the 11.3 million of battery storage costs represents the 13-month average plant balances associated with PNM owned battery storage. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And I'm just trying to tie this 11.3 million that is discussed in question C, just to say, to highlight what that 11.3 million is. Do you understand my question?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay. So let's now read interrogatory B. Please provide a detailed narrative explaining how the 11,322,122 of production battery storage differs from the 45172,557 energy storage agreements. And PNM's answer is a difference between the production battery storage and the energy storage agreements is that the former is PNM owned and the latter is non-PNM owned. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So previously you testified that the ESAs are also co-located with solar facilities. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so I'm having trouble reconciling what the difference is between PNM owned batteries and ESAs, and why there's a different allocation methodology for PNM owned batteries and ESAs.
Witness Phillips is prepared to discuss this issue. So,
I'll ask him as well, but I'm asking you now.
okay. You know, the 12 megawatt is a pilot project that PNM put together. As we put it together, its purpose was to help alleviate overloaded distribution feeders on the distribution portion of the system. The time we were just it was as it says, it's a battery. So that's why we functionalized it as production.
Okay. Should ownership have any effect on how costs are allocated?
No.
Thank you. I'm going to move on. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I think it's close to time to take our mid-morning break. Is this a good time for you, or would it be a little bit better later on in your cross?
No, this is a good breaking point. I was going to move on to regulatory assets, and so I will continue my cross of Mr. Huffington, but this is an excellent breaking point. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, it's almost 10:35 now. Let's take a 15-minute recess. See you all in 15. But before I do, I have Sierra Club with its hand up. Sierra Club?
Thank you, Mr. Maderos. I have a hearing in Metro Court at 11:30, and I can't figure it out. It may or may not be right at the time that I get to Mr. Heffington. I would ask, well, first of all, if I'm not able to move my cross around, then I'm explaining why I would be absent for that. But secondly, if it would be possible to either have me go next or after staff. I only have a short amount of questions for Mr. Heffington, and I would ask for leave to move it around if that becomes necessary.
I'd prefer to move it around to allow you to do your cross. So is there any objection to allowing Sierra Club to go next in order? All right, Sierra Club will go next in order with Mr. Heffington after the break, but we're going to be on break for 15 minutes. We'll see you all at 10:50. We are in recess. Thank you all very much. All right. I unfortunately during the break allowed the stopwatch to continue running. So I lost track of where we are in New Mexico area's cross-examination. Does a cross-examiner know where we are approximately in the cross-examination?
I think I had approximately 32 minutes left, but I did have a question on your ruling of whether Mr. Marks was going to go now, or if I was to complete my cross. And I would be happy to allow Mr. Marks to go now. I might go over the 30 minutes and have to borrow time from other witnesses.
All right, if that's a very nice offer from New Mexico area, is Sierra Club available?
Yes, I am, sir. Thank you.
So when we return to New Mexico area, unless there's an objection to it, New Mexico area will have 32 minutes remaining with Mr. Heffington. But for now, we will turn to Sierra Club, which has, let me pull up the Excel spreadsheet. How many minutes does Sierra Club have?
I'll represent 10 minutes based on my recollection. And
My records show 5.
I think I moved time, but from Mr. Monroy, but I'm going to finish in 5. So let's just start my clock, Mr. Medeiros, if you would, please.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Heffington, I'd like to direct you to page 52, line 13 of your direct testimony.
Line 52 or page 52, line 13.
Yes.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. You say PNM's share of Four Corners is used to cost effectively serve PNM's customers?
Yes, sir.
What analyses did you undertake to come to that conclusion?
Did not do any analysis on the, well, on the cost effective side. PNM is part of the participation agreement at Four Corners, and there is a process in there for all the owners to participate in the projects that are undertaken at the plant. So that's a rigorous process that the ownership group as a whole goes through to ensure that cost-effective projects are brought to fruition at the plant. Did not do any other analysis besides that as far on cost.
Mr. Heffington, can you look at New Energy Economy Exhibit 20 that was just introduced this morning? Or let's just to save you some time, I'll represent to you that Exhibit 20, which was prepared by Mr. Sanders or his group, shows that the all-in cost for Four Corners, including fuel and non-fuel expenses, is approximately $65 per megawatt hour in the base period, and is going to increase to $75 and more by
I'm sorry, $75, and you're fading out a little bit.
$75 by 2027.
I'm sorry, I know you're rushing because you have to get to another court proceeding, but in the future, please, Sierra Club, wear your headset, please. Thank you.
Okay. Did the witness hear the question? Or actually, there's no question. I represented that the cost per megawatt hour is $65 in the base period and will be $75 by 2027. Do you know, are those favorable costs for a generation resource?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I object. The numbers are not what the exhibits show. They're approximate, I admit that, but they are not the actual numbers. Can Mr. Marks show the witness a copy on the screen?
I'll extend your cross appropriately to do this.
Okay. Mr. Heffington, can you pull up the exhibit, or would you like me to show it?
If you could pull it up, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. I'm not sure how to do. Okay, share screen. Can you see that, Mr. Heffington?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. And you see $64.82
Yes, sir, I do.
for the base period. And over in this column here, which would be, I'm sorry. In column J, 2027. We have $77.30.
Yes, sir, I see that.
Okay. Do you know how those costs compare to other resources on PNM system?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know if there are any resources that cost more than that?
I do not.
Do you know what the cost for off-peak market power is?
I do not.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor. Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you. Okay, let's go back to New Mexico area. 32 minutes, is that correct?
Yeah, I didn't see, but I think that's fine.
What would you like?
32 minutes is fine, thank you. And if I need more time, I'll request it.
Without doing the math, I went back and looked at our real time. Ms. Gould commenced at 10:06 and we broke at 10:33. So I believe that should be a fair number of minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Huffington. So this is Kelly Gould again with NM Area.
Yes.
I said that I was done with the battery questions, but I have a couple more if that's okay.
Sure.
Did Mr. Phillips or Mr. Casas consult you regarding their allocation of the ESA batteries?
They did not.
Did they ask you as Director of Generation how you foresaw the batteries would be used?
They did not.
Thank you. I am going to move to a discussion of PNM's requested regulatory assets. Did you hear any of my cross-examination of Mr. Sanchez yesterday?
Friday,
Oh, sorry, Friday.
I heard some of it.
Okay. So what I'm trying to figure out is how PNM decides what litigation costs are included in the cost of service and what are not. Can you shed any light on that?
Object foundation.
I just asked him a question and I asked him if he could shed any light on that, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I do not know how the litigation costs are included,
Okay.
how they determine,
Excuse me.
or how they're determined.
Okay. Do you know what the approved cost of service for litigation expenses is currently included in base rates currently?
I do not know that.
Okay. So I'm going to share my screen to NM area 3-6, which is also titled NM area cross-examination exhibit 3B. Okay. Can everyone see this? Yeah.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
can see it.
Is this a summary of regulatory assets and liabilities that have been established? That's the title of it. Do you know?
I would assume it is, yes.
Okay, so this first line, it says SJGS replacement resources, one-time cost associated with procuring replacement resources related to the early retirement of SJGS coal plant. And then it says docket approval 19-00195, and it says total balance $8297349. Is that accurate?
I believe it is.
Okay, and you sponsor the recovery of this regulatory asset, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Do you know why the litigation costs for the San Juan abandonment are not included in the cost of service litigation costs that were approved in 15-00261?
No, I'm not.
Included in PNM's O&M is PNM's general obligation to, as a utility, to issue RFPs and negotiate contracts, is it not?
It is our obligation.
Okay. So let's turn, if we can, to page 63 of your testimony. And I'm going to try to pull it up on the screen if I am astute enough. And there's going to be a lot of documents that I'm going to be moving through and sharing. So if you all just please bear with me, doing the best I can to make it accessible. Okay, I think this is it. Let's hope. Okay, so is this readable on your end, or do I need to zoom in?
I can read it.
Okay. So PNM is requesting an additional $8.3 million for costs associated with the litigation in 19-00195, the replacement resources for San Juan. Is that correct?
I believe it's more than that, but this is the table that, no, you're correct. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you know what PNM's original estimate of those costs were?
So the original estimates is on my direct testimony on page 60. If you look at that chart, it's the very right column.
But PNM is requesting separate regulatory assets for each one of these. Is that correct?
I don't know if they're separate or if they're all included. I think they're all included because the previous document you showed the 8.2 as one item.
Yes, so my understanding is that the original estimate was 0.08, and that in different regulatory assets, PNM is requesting the obsolete inventory and the external legal costs. And if I may, I'm going to go back to that table that shows all the regulatory assets that PNM is requesting, so we can all be on the same page before I start getting into the numbers. So it's NM area 36. Can you see that?
Yes, I see it.
So the first line is the 8.3 million that we were beginning to discuss. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The second line looks like an updated legal costs associated with the closure of San Juan. That's a separate regulatory asset. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And the third line is approximately 6.4 million, which is one-time costs associated with stranded investment related to the early retirement of San Juan generating coal plant. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So these are all three separate regulatory assets.
Yes, they are.
Okay. So if we go back to your direct testimony on page 60, these are not summed to equal 8.2, are they?
No, they're not.
So the original estimate of the cost associated with 19-00195 was $0.8 million. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So now I'm going to scroll back. Sorry if I'm making you seasick.
You're
To
fine.
page 63, and I'd like to go through these costs that comprise the 8.3 million regulatory asset that PNM is requesting.
Okay.
Okay, if I can find my place in my cross. These are complicated issues, and so I just want to be as clear as possible. Okay, so $2.9 million termination fee from Pro Energy Services LLC. And you state the termination fee from Pro Services reflects one-time contract termination fee pursuant to Amendment 001. Is this cost only include the contractual cost to extend the contracts of the PPAs and ESAs in 19-00195, or are there other costs included in this number?
So this this termination fee was with the contract with Pro Energy, and Pro Energy Services was hired to develop the Pinion gas plant for PNM under scenario 1.
I see. And so this number is only includes the termination fees. It doesn't include anything else such as attorney's fees or anything?
No, this is strictly just with the vendor.
Okay,
Pro Energy Services.
excuse me. Is there any document in PNM's filing that gives greater granularity to this $2.9 figure?
I don't remember if we entered anything in the filing based on this.
Okay. So moving to the 3.2 million in outside service costs. What is that?
That comprised several companies. HDR Engineering, Astropi Consulting, Innovation Partners.
Where are you reading from?
These are some notes I have.
Is there anything in your testimony that gives greater granularity on what these costs are comprised of?
No, ma'am.
Can you spell Astropi?
It is ASTRAPE.
Thank you.
Is there anywhere in your testimony that shows $3.2 million of outside services is a reasonable cost for customers to bear?
Just on page 62 of my direct testimony. Starting line 13, P&M, we originally anticipated allocating these costs between generation-owned assets in the portfolio and the PPAs. This is for scenario 1. Therefore, the costs were incurred, and we are seeking recovery as a regulatory asset.
But there's no granularity that says what this 3.2 is comprised of, 3.2 million.
No, there's not.
Okay, 1.5 external counsel fees. What is that? Are these legal fees?
They are.
Why are these costs not already included in your cost of service projections?
These were associated with the scenario 1 RFP costs. So they were segregated for the regulatory asset.
But why?
That's a cost of service question. I don't know.
Okay. Is there any place in your testimony or any other witness's testimony that gives greater granularity as to what the 1.5 external counsel fees is comprised of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And $0.06 million other costs, including labor. And I'm going to go to page 64 of your testimony. And it says other costs include internal labor incurred to support the development and construction of resources. These costs normally would have been capitalized as part of the owned generating assets, as they represent capitalized dollars incurred to develop and implement long-lived assets. Other costs include miscellaneous expenses, including mailing and supplies and materials, and employee-related expenses incurred. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Why on earth are these costs recorded in a regulatory asset and not folded into PNM's O&M costs that PNM recovers as part of its base rate as just the cost of doing business?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
That's a cost of service question.
But you are the witness that is representing this regulatory asset, are you not?
Yes, I am.
Because I had time for Sanders that I moved to you because I thought you were the one that was supporting this regulatory asset.
I'm supporting it, and I don't know.
Okay. What controls does PNM have to control spending?
Are you talking capital O&M or just all encompassing?
Talking about litigation costs, previously PNM estimated the cost of the case to be $0.8 million. Now PNM is requesting a regulatory asset of $8.3 million. I'm asking, what controls does PNM have to control spending?
So this regulatory asset was tied to the scenario 1 RFP. And some of those projects included in that RFP took a long time to come into, we had delays because of developers and COVID. We had some different vendors, so there was some escalation there. As far as controlling the cost, we do have, processes in place for capital and O&M monthly reviews, sticking to budgets.
Are those reviews including litigation costs?
I would refer to Mr. Sanchez's on that review of the litigation cost.
Okay, would you agree with me that if PNM doesn't really have a litigation budget, it would be hard to stick to it?
Yes.
Okay, so now I have a question here about the 1.5 external counsel fees. If you could just keep that number in your mind while I toggle back and forth, I'm going to go back to NM area exhibit 3 I think it's called 3B. I can find it. So here on line 2, it seems that there are San Juan Generating Station external legal expenses here as well. So I am confused as to why there's 2 different line items for legal expenses.
So line item 1 is associated with scenario 1 RFP. Line item 2 is associated with the closure of San Juan.
Okay, and if you go to Sanchez, this is his exhibit that he directed me to. It seems that he is also including some amount of money in his base period litigation expenses for the regulatory approval of the replacement resources for San Juan Generating Station. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it shows.
Okay. Do you find it odd that PNM is including part of its legal fees in the base rate calculation and simultaneously requesting recovery of legal fees through a regulatory asset?
I don't know.
With all the regulatory assets that PNM is requesting, how can the commission be assured that there is no double recovery of litigation expenses?
we can provide more granularity.
But you have not done so in this case.
Not outside what's in my testimony.
Okay, so let's move to NM area. It's cross-examination exhibit 3C. And I'm going to share my screen. This is, oh wait, I'm sharing too much, I think. Okay. This is a table summary of regulatory assets that PNM is requesting approval in this docket. Is that correct?
Yes,
And PNM is also requesting approval of $1,642,481 million for the one-time costs associated with procuring replacement resources related to the abandonment of Palo Verde Nuclear Generating Station. Is that correct?
yes.
If you know, do these costs also include the costs for 21-00215 and case number?
I do not know.
Do you know what's included in these costs?
I do not.
Do you know if there are legal fees included in this cost?
I do not know.
This is the direct testimony of Kyle Sanders, exhibit KTS 4 WPORB-18. This is PDF page 602 in Mr. Sanders' testimony. Are you familiar with this breakdown of the Palo Verde regulatory asset costs?
No, I'm not.
Are you familiar with Rule 17.9.530.7P?
I am not.
We discussed it with Mr. Sanchez yesterday. It states litigation means all contested matters before regulatory commissions, administrative bodies, and state or federal courts. Do you know why PNM does not include all its costs in its Rule 530 filing?
Object, lack of foundation also mischaracterizes testimony.
If I could rephrase, Your Honor.
Please do.
Are you familiar that with PNM's requirement to follow Rule 530 requirements in its rate cases?
I'm not familiar with all the rules.
Are you familiar with future test year
Yes, I am.
and rules regarding the future test year?
I do not.
If you know, is the future test year supposed to address regulatory lag?
Yes,
Do you know if there's commission guidance on when a utility can record a regulatory asset?
what I'm familiar with is some of the rulings where they said you could set up a regulatory asset. So I believe it's under commission approval for that.
Are you familiar with any general rules that the commission has regarding regulatory assets?
No, I'm not.
Are you familiar with the uniform system of accounts?
I've heard of it, but I'm not familiar with it.
Okay, thank you. That's all of my cross, Your Honor. I move to admit NM area discovery response 11-1, which I'm going to, let me see, let me get myself organized. 11-1 was one of the NM area cross-examination exhibits that unfortunately was not uploaded to Dropbox for whatever reason, and I had emailed it to parties once PNM had made me aware of it. And the title of that exhibit is called NM Area Cross-Examination Exhibit 11. So I would move for admission of that exhibit. I would also move for admission of NM Area Cross-Examination Exhibit 3B and NM Area Cross-Examination Exhibit 3C.
Okay, let's start with, is that it?
Yes.
PNM and parties. Let's start with NM area exhibit cross-examination exhibit 11.
Your Honor, the exhibit as tendered includes more than just the answer to interrogatory NM area 11-1. For clarification purposes, is the only thing that is being admitted is the question and response to that interrogatory as opposed to the other things that are included?
Yes, my apology. I didn't realize there was other things included. NM area will then have to make a new exhibit just including interrogatory 11-1, and we will title it NM area cross-examination exhibit 44.
Any objection with that proposed solution?
None from PNM. And we have no objections to NM area cross-examination exhibits 3B and 3C.
Thank you, sir.
And just for the record, NM area cross-examination exhibit 3B is a response to a PNM interrogatory, and it's PNM exhibit NM area 3-6. And NM area cross-examination exhibit 3C is another response to an NM interrogatory, and it is titled PNM exhibit NM area 3-7.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. New Mexico area cross-examination exhibit 44 is provisionally admitted. New Mexico area cross-examination exhibit 3B is admitted. New Mexico area cross-examination exhibit 3C is admitted. Okay. We are now on to, let's see, back on, hopefully on schedule with regard to the cross-examination of Mr. Hevington, because Derek Club has already gone. We are now the Water Authority, which is up next. You have 15 minutes. Is that correct?
Correct, Mr. Examiner.
Okay, please proceed.
Good afternoon, or I'm sorry, good morning, Mr. Heffington. How are you today?
I'm good. Good morning.
My name is Keith Herman. I represent the Water Utility Authority in this matter. I did have a couple questions about your direct testimony. If you could please turn to page 14.
Okay, on page 14.
Referring to table RBH 5, the last column you identify several approved PPAs, purchase power agreements, and identify in the last column their commercial operation date or the expected date, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Herman,
Yes.
I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you. Do you have a headset, or you're sounding pretty canny, CANNY on my end at least?
I believe I left my headset at home. This is my first day back in the office, but I might have one if I could switch.
Well, perhaps your legal assistant or somebody in your office could assist you with that.
Afraid I do not have a spare set.
Well, speak as clearly as closely to without sounding, not overwhelming the speaker
Okay.
or the microphone. The microphone. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I apologize, Mr. Examiner. I should be able to correct this after lunch. But anyway, Mr. Heffington, going back to the dates that are marked with an asterisk, that's the expected commercial operation date, correct?
That is correct.
Are you aware, strike that, many of those dates have since passed when PNM or when you originally filed your testimony. Are you aware of any changes in any of those dates?
Yes.
What changes are you aware of?
So Arroyo, excuse me. Arroyo Solar, that one should be the end of this year, December 31st.
Sorry, you said December 23rd?
31st, I'm sorry.
31st.
The Hickory Solar, we expect that by the end of the month.
And that's Hickory Solar number 1, correct?
That's correct. And those are the only two.
Thank you.
Yes.
I was going to ask you the same series of questions regarding the CODs related to PNM table RBH 6 on the next page.
Okay. And there are 2 changes to those dates. So the Arroyo battery went COD August 8th of this year.
And that time has passed, correct?
Correct.
So it's now in service.
It is now in service. And then the Hickory Storage 1 went in service last week on the 6th.
Now, moving back to the PPA table, RBH 5. Those PPA costs are being recovered through either PNM's fuel clause or their renewable portfolio standard rider, correct?
Correct.
And for the ESAs in RBH 6, how is PNM proposing to recover those costs?
I don't know the answer to the cost of service, those recovery on the batteries.
Well, let's focus on the PPAs then.
Okay.
Are you aware of any party's position that those PPAs should be recovered through base rates or any other mechanism other than how they are currently being recovered?
I'm not aware of anybody's position on that. No, sir.
Are you aware of any additional delays in any of the CODs that might push them back past the dates you provided?
Currently, I'm not aware of any additional delays.
So if they remain to be recovered through either the fuel clause rider or the RPS rider, would any additional delay have any impact on the revenue requirement in this case?
Objection, Foundation.
Let me rephrase that. Are you aware of any impact the current changes in CODs or any future possible CODs might have on the recovery of those PPA costs through that might be reflected in PNM's revenue requirement request in this case?
Same objection.
I asked him if he was aware.
Overruled.
I am not aware.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. I appreciate your time today, Mr. Heffington.
Thank you, Mr. Herman.
All right, let's move to the next, to the Attorney General. Attorney General, I have you down for 15 minutes. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is, Mr. Hearing Examiner, though I doubt I will need all that time.
Okay, please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Heffington. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Okay. If you would please turn to page 26 of your direct testimony. This is table RBH 8.
Yes, sir.
There you show the capital cost for generation resources for the capital investment period. And just to be clear, the capital investment period is from July 1, 2022 to December 31, 2024. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the total for that table is on the next page, and it shows $180,570,646. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. For the facilities that are jointly owned, these amounts represent only PNM's share of the CapEx. Is that right?
That is correct.
And the amount in table RBH 8 related to Four Corners, that's the 47 million?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Four Corners is expected to have more capital additions during this period than any other facility except for Palo Verde, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, 1 year of that capital investment period is now over. Isn't that right? A little more than a year.
Yes.
Do you know the amount of capital additions that have been made at Four Corners since July 1, 2022?
No, I don't.
Okay. You have categorized capital additions. I'm looking at page 25 now. Line 12, starting there, I believe. You categorized capital additions by 6 categories: safety, environmental, reliability, security, compliance, and system performance. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Out of the 47.7 million for Four Corners, approximately 44.5 is related to compliance, as shown on table RBH 13. I think that's on page 35 of your testimony, if I'm not mistaken.
RBH 13, yeah, that's on page 36.
36, thank you. Is that right, that 44.5 million is related to compliance?
So we bucket the Four Corners projects kind of in a blanket, and it's been a methodology to say it's compliance, even though it could also represent reliability or safety.
So on line 7 of page 36, can you briefly explain what bag house system replacement projects and what regulations have mandated those projects?
So the bag house is a system that we need for compliance with fly ash. I'm not sure the specific regulations, but the bag house has to be in service. Otherwise, we would have opacity coming out of the plant. So to keep the systems operating and working, you need to do maintenance, replace items. Bags are a big item that do fail on that. There's fans on there that operate the systems. They're reverse air damper replacements. Those are items that are used in the process to clean the bags when they get coated with fly ash, and then different motor replacements. So it is an environmental compliance.
And just for the record and for my own edification, opacity coming out of the plant, can you explain to me what that means?
So it'd be a haze or a dust coming out of the plant, out of the stack.
Okay. And the same sort of questions about the selective catalytic reduction systems on the next page. Do you know what regulations mandated those projects?
I believe it was BART, but I'm not 100% certain. But the SCR, as it's known, is a device. It's a pretty significant piece of equipment that was installed, and it does have a catalyst in there to catch NOx to help lower that. So there is, as the catalyst gets depleted, they do sampling to try to determine when it needs to replace, what the next major outage that they have. There's also all of the exhaust out of the plant runs through that. So there are expansion joints on the air systems that blow through there and blow out that have to be replaced. And then, of course, there's different valves on that piece of equipment that operate the SCR.
Do you know approximately when that regulation was enacted that required the SCR?
I don't know the exact date, but 2016 or something like that sticking in my mind, but I'm not positive.
And for the bag house system, was that earlier? Was that an earlier regulation?
Yes.
Do you know roughly when that might have gone into effect?
I'm not sure when they came into effect, but many of the plants that I worked at that were built in the 70s had bag houses on them.
One last question just about the SCRs. So do they just replace the catalyst when after it's depleted, or is that more replacement required?
No, so it's just an exchange of the catalyst.
So they take one out and put it,
so to speak. So it's a pretty substantial amount of catalyst in there, and there's different layers, and some layers deplete faster than others. That's why you have the testing to see which ones need to be replaced at different intervals. So.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right.
Thank you. New energy economy, I have you down for 15 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Heffington. At the time that the decision was made to install SCR on Four Corners, there was also the shutdown of units 1, 2, and 3, correct?
I wasn't around. I'm not familiar with that.
Could you please turn to New Energy Economy Exhibit 10, which was provided this morning, a revised exhibit?
I have it in front of me.
Sir, this is an exhibit that combines both the Public Service Company of New Mexico's first supplemental objections and responses to New Energy Economy's 15th set, as well as the PNM's objections and responses to New Energy Economy's 16th set, specifically New Energy Economy 15-7 and New Energy Economy 16-8. Is that correct?
Yes, that appears correct.
And actually, I want to amend my own question, which is it's actually New Energy Economy 15-7 first supplemental and New Energy Economy 16-8. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you sponsored both the answers. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And your affirmation appears for both of the questions. Is that also correct?
Yes.
In these exhibits, I have asked about and provided a link to the Department of Energy project for which carbon capture and storage that NTEC, which stands for Navajo Transitional Energy Corporation, is trying to obtain grant money to install carbon capture and storage at the Four Corners. power plant. Is that right?
Yes, that's what the link is.
And did you go to that link?
I did.
Your response says that you did not have any information about the CCS carbon capture and storage project at Four Corners being a possibility. Can you confirm that that's correct?
That's correct. The first time that
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. You've already started answering.
the link was the first time I became aware.
So you had no information about carbon capture and storage that NTEC is trying to obtain with Enchant Energy at Four Corners?
I didn't know anything about that.
Do you know that in this case, PNM is claiming that ratepayers are not harmed about the decision to continue to invest in Four Corners power plant?
Yes.
And maybe even have claimed that ratepayers have benefited, but sitting here today, PNM is unable to confirm whether or not the plant will operate past 2031 with carbon capture and storage.
Well, I believe it's been in different venues that PNM's plan is to get out of coal in 2031 or sooner.
And so it has no information about what would happen if the plant were sold to NTEC and NTEC actually got a permit for carbon capture and sequestration and storage.
Objection relevance. This has nothing to do with the pending case or any of the issues related to Four Corners.
Is there any relevance, new energy economy?
I believe that it is. It would affect specifically, it would affect if customers are still paying for Four Corners post 2031, and that there's carbon capture and storage that's going to be at that plant. I think
Okay,
that
again, thank you. Thank you. Once more, and I think I'll probably have to repeat this several more times during this hearing. The commission's rules of evidence are relaxed in an administrative proceeding. Therefore, the objection is overruled.
Sir, that means that you can answer the question. Do you remember it?
I do not. Could you please repeat it?
So even PNM is claiming that there's no harm and maybe even a benefit to ratepayers, but sitting here today, PNM is unable to confirm whether or not the plant will operate past 2031 with carbon capture and storage at the Four Corners power plant.
Yes, I'm not able to confirm that, no.
Okay. Before you answer, I'm going to pause you for a second. I said in ruling on that last objection, I said in an administrative proceeding. To be clear, I should have said, and the record should reflect, I said in this particular administrative proceeding, but in all administrative proceedings, as far as I know, around most of the country, with utility agency cases. All right, I will unpause you again. Please proceed, new energy economy.
Thank you, sir. Could you please turn to new energy economy number 6? And I hope that you have the one that was provided this morning?
I believe so.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask you, this is Public Service Company of New Mexico's objections and responses to New Energy Economy's fourth set of interrogatories. Do you see, is that correct?
Appears to be the fourth set, yes.
Okay, do you see that you provided the answers to New Energy Economy 4-27, 4-28, 4-29, 4-30, and 4-31?
That's correct.
And it also has your affirmation as well as some of your other colleagues. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And could you please turn to 26 of your direct testimony? You were just talking to Mr. Herman about this.
What page did you say?
26.
Okay.
Could you just tell me what, which gas plant is the newest gas plant on PNM system?
I believe that would be the Laluz facility.
And when did that come online, sir?
I'm not certain of the date.
Was it within the last 10 years?
I believe that's correct.
And other than renewables, which have very little capital investment for during the period, is it true that the La Luz plant has, other than, I guess, Lordsburg, the least amount of capital expenditures associated with this test period?
With the test period?
Yes, sir. Or the capital investment period, excuse me, I strike the test period and include capital investment period.
Yes, you're correct.
And is it also true that the capital investments for La Luz strike that? Isn't it also true that Four Corners has more than 10 times the capital investments required than La Luz during the capital investment period?
Yes. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I noticed the clock's not running.
Thank you, sir. Apologies.
Sir, could you turn to page 48 of your testimony here?
I'm on page 48.
You're there quicker than I am. I'll be there in 2 seconds. And on line 8, you have asked yourself, please describe the analysis that was performed to determine the adjustments that PNM witness Sanders utilized. And then you answer on line 11, for all power plants, PNM witness Sanders utilized the historical outage expenses incurred during the 6-year period from July 1st, 2016 through June 30th, 2022 to calculate an average outage expense. And then if you go to line 14, it says, this is the same methodology as was used and accepted in NMPRC case numbers 15261 UT and 16276 UT. Is that correct?
That's correct, but I do know that Mr. Sanders removed the San Juan overhaul costs from that same period.
Okay, could you please turn to New Energy Economy Exhibit 14? And could you go to PDF page 4 of 5, or if you look at the bottom of the page numbers, it is page 64.
Okay, I'm there.
And is it true that PNM Vice President Chris Olson provided testimony in 16276 UT that at line 4 says, for all power plants with the exception of Four Corners, PNM witness Monroy used the historical outage expenses incurred during the 6-year period from July 1st, 2010 through June 30th, 2016 to calculate an average outage expense.
Going to object, lack of foundation.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I believe this is now part of the administrative notice, as well as this is just cross-examination. He said that that he uses a 6-year period and that was consistent with what PNM did in 16276. But now, if we looked at what Mr. Olson said they did in 16276, that is in fact not what they did when it came to Four Corners. They used a 4-year test period.
Overruled. And by the way, when I'm looking over here, I'm looking for the record so we don't have any further problems. I'm looking at my iPad, which has the real-time transcript. You can see here. Is that clear? Great. Okay, let's proceed.
Could you please answer that question?
Could you please repeat it? I got lost in the back and forth.
Let me ask you this. On the same page on line 18, does it say, therefore, the company analyzed the historical outage expenses for Four Corners incurred during the 4-year period from 2012 through 2015 and included forecasted outage expenses for linkage and test periods? Is that what it says there?
That's what it says.
So in fact, PNM used a 4-year period at Four Corners in case 16276 because historical costs would not be representative of linkage and test period costs. Is that correct?
That's correct. They used the 4-year to capture those.
That's all I have at this time, Mr. Hearing Examiners, and I would move the admission of exhibits 6, 10, and 14.
Okay, we have 3 exhibits that have been moved for admission. NEE exhibit. Six. NEE exhibit 10 and NEE 14.
May I have a moment on exhibit 6? It is quite lengthy and didn't get a chance to look at it all.
Yes, sir. New Energy Economy, I believe that I uploaded those exhibits to the Dropbox folder for New Energy Economy for this case.
Thank you, sir. I will do what you asked over lunch to look at all the Dropbox and see.
Yeah, it's just to make sure that we're all on the same page. Thank you. Okay. And while PNM is looking, oh, go ahead, sir.
I was going to say no objection to any exhibit 6.
Right.
And the other exhibits were NEE
10 and 14, I believe.
No, the one qualification, at least on the version that I have of NE Exhibit 10, and it was, I guess, originally labeled NE Exhibit 7. And maybe I just didn't get the replacement there, but there was not any affirmation that accompanied it. Has that been corrected?
Yes, sir.
Okay, with that correction, no objection to NE 10. And I believe that, as you said, portions of any Exhibit 14 are already noticed, administratively noticed. So I think it's unnecessary to have this exhibit admitted.
I believe that's correct. We don't need any Exhibit 14 admitted because it's already in evidence. You're not, I see you nodding. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct, sir.
Okay. So 14's out of the equation for now because it's already in the record.
Yes.
So hearing no objection to any Exhibit 6, any Exhibit 6 is omitted. We still have outstanding 10, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Your Honor, we had no objection with the correction that Ms. Nanasi represented was made. So
yes, okay. And therefore, any Exhibit 10 is also admitted. All right. Staff is the final cross-examining party that requested time with Mr. Heffington. Staff, are you prepared to proceed? How long do you have? Because we are at the lunch hour.
Hello, hearing examiner Medeiros. Yes, we're prepared to proceed, but we can take a break for lunch if that's what people need to do. We have
Do you have
30
a full
minutes. Yes.
All right. I think it would be advisable to take lunch. Let's come back at after 1:10 p.m. We are in recess. We are in recess. We are in recess until 1:10.
Mr. Lee,
Hello, Mr. Albright.
good afternoon. Yeah, I'm gonna, when one of the hearing examiners gets back there, I just want to see if I can make a comment off the record with respect to 9/11.
Help yourself.
Before we go back on the record, I believe Mr. Albright would like to express something. Mr. Albright?
Yes, sir.
Am I muted or no?
No.
I am not muted. Okay, great. Go ahead. Go
Thank
ahead,
you,
sir.
Mr. Hearing Examiner. I just wanted to make a very brief comment about 9/11. This being the memorial day of that event many years ago, and very close. And one of the reasons I'm back east right now on this was that Chick Burlingame was a classmate of mine, and you may not recall, but he was the pilot of Flight 77 that went into the Pentagon. And we've Sherry, his wife, and the rest of her classmates and us committed to commemorating his memory, along with all of the other first responders and people who had it, and of course their daughter and a couple of stepsons that he had. And of course, ironically, it was the day before his 52nd birthday when he made that flight. Sherry was actually going to be joining him on the West Coast, but then canceled at the last minute from being on that flight. And ironically, Frank Culbertson, also a classmate of mine, was the astronaut on board the space shuttle that took the pictures of the towers in smoke. So quite personal, and many other folks, I'm sure, have their individual stories as well. But I just wanted to remind people of that and ask them for the prayers for Sherry and the rest of the folks and who had connections and lost first responders and other people in that event. So thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mr. Albright. Well spoken. And my sympathies to you and the families on this tragic, still tragic, unbelievably shocking day all these years later. Some of you experienced it more closely than I obviously did, being here in Santa Fe on that day. So very, very somber, very somber day. Well spoken, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, I think we should go back on the record. We have a lot to get to. So maybe at some other point, maybe we can do remembrances or comments, because I think we all deeply share the pain that you expressed and the eloquence. Thank you. Not as eloquently as you stated it, but truly appreciate it. So what we do have to move on. Okay, staff, we're back on the record. 113 and change. Staff is cross-examining now. Mr. Heffington. Good staff, please. You indicated before the record that staff has 30 minutes. Is that right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Mr. Heffington. My name is Gloria Regensburg, and I work with the PRC Legal Division as staff counsel, and I'm representing the Utility Division staff today. It's really nice to meet you. Thank you for being here today. Your background seems to be in generation operations. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any background in planning?
Did you say planning?
In planning, yes.
Some. I mean, could you be specific on what you mean by planning?
Well, I'll just go on.
Okay.
There were a few questions referred to you from Mr. Sanders. And the first one was, PNM is requesting to recover costs through one or more regulatory assets associated with the Jicarilla Solar, Jicarilla Energy Storage, and Sandia Peak Energy Storage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And is PNM also requesting to recover costs for Rockmont Solar and Rockmont Storage?
I believe we have a reg asset account for the RFP for the replacement resources for San Juan.
Mm-hmm.
And they should be included in that.
Okay, thank you. And to your knowledge, have any of these projects ever been used to provide service to PNM customers?
Can you I believe you said the Jicarilla.
Yes, Jicarilla Solar, Jicarilla Energy Storage, Sandia Peak Energy Storage, Rockmont Solar, and Rockmont Storage.
So Jicarilla 1 is the battery is currently being used for PNM. It is COD.
Okay.
The Jicarilla 1 solar, we anticipate that being COD by the end of the month.
Okay, thank you. Do you know when the rates to be set in this proceeding are supposed to take effect?
I don't remember that.
Okay. If I represented to you that it was January 1st, 2014, would you agree?
2014?
2024, I believe she meant.
2020, I'm sorry, 2024.
Yeah.
Going back in time here. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I do it all the time.
Yes, I would agree with that representation.
Okay. And do you know if there will be a gap between when customers begin paying for ESA battery projects and when they begin receiving the benefits from those projects?
I do not. Which projects are you referring to?
Well, the ones that are referenced in your direct testimony, I believe it's you were discussing them earlier. Sorry, I don't. That would be on page 15 of your direct testimony?
All right, almost there.
Okay,
Yes, I'm there. Could you please re-ask the question?
yes. Will there be a gap between when customers began paying for the ESA battery projects and when they began receiving benefits from those projects?
There, so if the rates are effective beginning of 24, there will be a gap with 2 of those projects when they come into service.
Okay, and could you indicate which two, please?
So that would be the Atrisco storage and the San Juan 1 storage.
Okay. So is it fair to say that at the time that PNM's new base rates go into effect, that ratepayers could be paying for replacement resources for which they are receiving no benefits?
Yes.
And could there be any portion of 2024 when PNM customers are being charged for battery storage projects specifically, but customers are not receiving any benefits?
That could be a possibility.
Okay, thank you. So the next several questions are going to relate to your supplemental testimony that was filed on February 17, 2023. And the first question is, to your knowledge, are loads and resources the same thing?
I do not know.
Okay. Is PNM required to maintain a certain amount of generation planning reserves?
We are.
And could you describe the amount or percentage?
I can't remember it right off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Okay. Is it necessary for PNM to have sufficient dependable generation resource capacity?
It is.
And does it matter whether the dependable generation resource capacity is owned capacity through capacity purchases to meet gross system peak load in a planning year, plus its planning reserve requirements?
I got lost in the question. I'm sorry.
I'll try. It's complicated. I apologize. Does it matter whether the dependable generation resource capacity is owned capacity or through capacity through purchases to meet gross system peak load in a planning year, plus its planning reserve requirements?
So if I understand right, you're asking if there's a difference whether we own it or we have a PPA for that purpose of meeting that plan.
Correct.
There's no difference.
Okay. Would you agree that it's imperative that in order to ensure reliable service to customers, PNM should have sufficient capacity resources to serve its gross system peak each year?
I would agree with that.
Is PNM required to maintain operating generation reserves as a combination of spinning or non-spinning reserves?
I believe so, yes.
And what percentage of spinning or non-spinning reserves that PNM is required to maintain? What is the percentage?
I can't remember those numbers. I'm sorry.
Okay. Is it correct that PNM must have sufficient generation to serve the load plus adequate operating reserves?
That's correct.
And when PNM starts preparing its generation schedule for a day, does PNM plan for the expected system loads plus the need to maintain adequate operating reserves?
They do. We do.
And do wind or solar generation resources provide spinning reserves or other operating reserves to PNM system?
Their energy, not part of the spinning reserves.
Okay, thank you. Do solar and other renewable generation resources serve loads to separate from PNM system loads?
I'm sorry, you cut out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll try to get closer to my microphone here. Do solar and other renewable generation resources serve loads separate from PNM's system loads?
You know, it serves our customers. And so I'm not sure if the renewables are included in the off system. So I'm sorry, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Do solar and other renewable generation resources serve different load obligations from non-renewable generation resources? Or do they operate in combination to serve PNM's total system load obligations?
They work in combination.
Could you explain a little more?
So our day ahead group is going to have a forecast of what renewable energy is going to be available for the next day, even a few days out. And they use that in their forecast model when they're adding different generations resources on top of that. So it all they all stack up as a whole for serving for the next day.
Okay. And would you please refer to PNM exhibit RBH1, which is part of your supplemental testimony? And starting, go ahead. Are you there? Okay.
I'm still in the
Okay, no
supplemental
problem.
testimony.
Yeah, the supplemental.
Okay, I'm sorry, I found it.
Okay, no worries. Thank you. So if you look at page 1 of the first page of your exhibit, there's a line entitled average solar. Do you see that? Average hourly integrated utility purchased or owned solar production for 2017-2022 period. Do you see that line? It's, I think, the fourth line.
Yes, I
down.
see that.
Okay, under the table. So is that average solar generation in megawatts?
Yes, it is.
And is that average actual capacity of solar generation supplying PNM system during each of
I'm
those?
sorry, I lost you. Is that average actual capacity of solar generation?
Supplying PNM system during each of those hours as indicated on the table?
I thought I answered the question. Oh. Can you please repeat it? I thought you were repeating for the court reporter. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry. No, this is a separate question.
Okay.
Is the average, I'm sorry, the average actual capacity of solar generation supplying PNM system during each of the hours that are indicated on the table?
Is it the average solar for that hour? Yes.
The capacity of solar, correct?
Yes, that's the megawatts of solar at that hour.
Okay. Can solar generation vary somewhat within an hour or between hours, or its generation curve? Is it always smooth?
No, it can change. I mean, you can have clouds come over. We did experience last year, even the smoke from the wildfires did affect it and things like that.
Oh, okay, thank you. And does the line entitled net of all renewable load obligations really mean system load net of all renewable generating capacity for each hour identified?
It's the net of the solar load obligation minus the average non-solar renewables.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Those are all our questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for
All
being here,
right.
Ms. Heffington. Sorry.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, we've concluded, I believe, cross-examination of this witness. Now let's move to any commissioner questions for Mr. Heffington. I believe we have Commissioner Aguilera on in the hearing.
I am on, but I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Hearing examiner Ryan.
Yeah, I have a few questions for the witness, Mr. Heffington. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. How are you today?
All right. So the total projected capital cost for generation resources is 180,500,000 roughly.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's shown there that's shown at table RBH-8, which I don't need you to look at, but that's page 27 of your testimony. It's 26 to 27. It goes over. So I think that I'm just trying to understand one objection to the company's requests for those capital investment projections. And so Ms. Crane, and I don't need you to look at her testimony. I can just assure you this is basically what she says. In her direct testimony, notes that PNM projected plant additions is 1.3 billion for the period July 22 through December 24th, December 31st, 2024 year. And then she breaks that out and shows where the generation component, the number that you just confirmed to me is the accurate one, that 180 million, that fits into this. It's actually a rather small amount of the overall projected plant additions. Is that right?
Yes.
I mean, it's $180 million, which is by no means a small number, but within the context of 1.3 billion, it's that's only what do you know the percentage is? Like, it's like 10% roughly.
Somewhere close to that.
Yeah. And one of her principal objections is that there are a host of reasons why those projections may not come to be. And she notes these, and again, I don't need you to, I'm just gonna read it. I mean, you've probably heard this before. I mean, all of us who've been in these proceedings are familiar with these things at this point. Supply chain issues, operational resource issues, financial constraints, weather, permitting delays, general economic conditions. These are all factors that can influence the timing of project completion. So could you, could you explain from your perspective and your part of this, the capital cost for generation resources? Can you respond to that critique that, you know, there's no reason to assume what is projected is going to come to be? I mean, do you think that's a legitimate critique to your specific aspect or your contribution to this case?
So a lot of our major spend are you know, outages and big components, work, upgrades during these unit outages, whether it's turbine, the generator, turbine rotors, generator rotors, things like that. So we have not seen, you know, really any disruption in that repair or upgrade supply chain. A lot of these parts are, you know, some of these projects, you're paying money down to get work started for the next year to rebuild a rotor that you're going to swap in, things like that. So we haven't, on the generation side, I would say we haven't seen the big supply chain disruption like maybe on your transmission or distribution side for switches, transformers, things like that will, you know, delay a project or something. So from my perspective, you know, unless outage gets canceled or, you know, like the distribution battery, if something delays that in approval process, you know, that's a risk. But otherwise, I don't think we're in the same boat as you would say for being able to make our plan spin when we plan to do it.
So is your response that 180 million, the commission can have confidence that projected number is going to in fact be realized?
Yes.
And is that in part, I mean, I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you just said to me. You know, the types of things that are being expended are matters that are actually readily accessible, like, you know, improvements at Afton. I don't know specifically what that entails, but you're saying that in fact you have the capacity to make those additions when necessary.
That's correct. And they're all scheduled during planned outages. And we have an outage scope. You know, we plan 5 years out and then time that with our capital spend and when we can execute projects. And based on that project execution, that determines when we need to start the procurement process or contracts to have labor there to do the work.
So the category of general distribution there, that 22 million, again, I'm just looking at the table RBH8. Can you just, and I apologize if this is in your testimony, it's just there's so much information to keep in your mind. What sort of expenses are associated with this general distribution number of 22 million?
So the 22 million is the distribution, the 12 megawatt distribution battery project.
Okay.
That we're seeking the CCN for.
And that sort of dovetails into another line of questioning. So you and Ms. Gould had some back and forth about how the battery, and I believe it was the Royo project. I think you basically said to her, it appears, given the couple months now of operation, the battery has been performing as was anticipated. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We're very pleased with it.
And by saying that, I'm saying, you know, I was in the 21-215 case, and heard all about, how batteries, assist with that period of time when the net load has to be met by something other than intermittent resources. So the battery's kicking in and picking up that last 2 hours or whatever it is of that sort of net peak load, right?
That's correct.
So I guess one thing let me ask you this question, and I think however you answer it, I still might issue the bench request anyway, because I think it'll be useful for the commission. Would it be useful for the commission to see that as far as our assessment of your testimony, to see how those batteries are functioning and have confidence that, in fact, predictions are playing out just as PNM thought?
Yeah, so I guess I heard a lot of information there, and I guess what is the direct question?
Well, the direct question is, do you think you didn't include any of the information about the battery function. It might have just been because this testimony was filed, well in advance of this. Obviously, that's the case. But it does seem to me useful for the commission to know that your projections for the batteries and the way they would be utilized is hashing out as you expected.
Yeah, it's like we've got data. Like I said, we've had it in service commercial for a little over a month, and we did have test data before it went commercial. So we certainly do have, enough data points over a 30-day period to show when the battery was utilized with, supplementing the intermittent resources.
All right. Well, so hearing examiner Medeiros, I think we're at bench request 7, right?
We are.
So, Mr. Heffington, I think what I'd like to see, and whether how useful it is, we'll just have to wait and see. But you never know what the use value of something is until some time after you have it, because it gives you information maybe you didn't even know about. It's just a general breakdown. Some sort of simple illustration of how the battery is functioning at what time hours, so that the commission has this understanding of how you're using the battery resources that you're bringing online. Is that something you can do? Do you need more specific guidance to achieve that?
We've already done some analysis, so we do have we can update it to be current, but we do have a graph that shows, when it's being charged and when it's discharging.
And the number of cycles it's running, and just basically performance operation at this juncture.
That's correct. And there's a really good representation of, the hours we're actually utilizing that battery to help with our capacity.
Yeah, so if you could supply that as bench request 7. And again, I think what I'm trying to ask you really is, we're having argument here about how batteries should be allocated. And it would seem to me on some basic level, like the functioning of the battery will give us some insight into that in some way. I'm not entirely sure about that. I'd have to just think about it for a while, but that's sort of where this question is being generated from.
Okay.
So great, thank you.
Okay, so bench request number 7 is issued. And as I understand it, hearing examiner Ryan, we're requesting the data for all the battery resources online.
Yeah, if to the extent that's available, for sure. You mentioned in the context of the Arroyo, if there's other batteries that have been functioning long enough that we have similar data, that'd be very useful.
Okay, all right.
This is Rick Alvidrez. May I get some clarification, please?
Sure.
We have the Arroyo battery that has been in operation for a month, and if I understood Mr. Heffington, he thought that data could be useful. I think additional batteries may not have been in operation, in commercial operation anyway, for as long. Would it be useful to find out if that data would also be useful for your purposes?
Sure. Yeah. I'm not trying to make you guys go on a wild goose chase or anything here. I think at the end of the day, it's just, it sounds like from Mr. Heffington's testimony that the way batteries were proposed to function and when they were procured is exactly what's happening. And I guess I would like to know that that's the case. So if you can show us more data rather than less, that'd be great. And if not, I understand.
And one other clarification, you said all batteries. I think my recollection is that PNM has a very, very tiny battery project that's been in use for a number of years.
That's the demonstration project.
Yeah.
Right. Can we exclude that from the bench request?
I mean, Mr. Maderos, you might be more familiar with that particular project. I don't know if it would be useful.
It's, Mr. Heffington, do you think it would be useful to add that? Or is it?
It's a half a megawatt and the Arroyo batteries is 150. So there's
And it's
a big difference.
And it's an older technology, isn't it?
That is what I understand.
Right. So let's, if you wouldn't mind, let's just exclude that. Let's focus
That's
on
fine.
commercial batteries, not the demonstration ones.
That makes sense.
Okay, great. So bench request is issued, 7 is issued. The question remains, obviously, and I'm sorry to have to ask this, what we always have to. So we set some sort of a deadline. When does the company think that it might be able to provide the information? Just a rough guideline when we could be looking for it.
I think we could have it by end of business tomorrow.
That would be terrific. Thank you, sir. Okay. So bench request number 7 is issued, and I'm not requesting positions on bench requests because that's not appropriate. They are requests from the bench, from the tribunal, from the commission, from the commissioners for information that is relevant to this case. And I think that probably answers, although I'm not answering it, one of the objections that was lodged this morning with regard to bench request number 1, but that's still under advisement. But I think I've giving an, how would I put it? A rolling observation about the case. All right, let's go, move forward. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mr. Heffington, another question for you. You know, one of the things that struck me was within the total capital investments projected, going back to RBH 8, the renewables projection is minuscule in comparison, and maybe there's a good explanation as to why that's the case. Can you explain that?
So if you have my testimony pulled up on page 13 there, so we own a lot of small solar sites, and this is just the routine capital that we need.
Gotcha.
to maintain those facilities. So we don't, the PPAs and ESAs, or we just pay a price for the energy or the storage, and we have no capital or O&M component otherwise with those.
Okay, I understand. I figured that was going to be the answer. I just wanted to confirm. Okay. And then another question about this, the table RBH8. In general distribution, if that's the battery, I understand conceptually a battery isn't necessarily a renewable resource, but it is broken out as a separate one. Is that, I don't know, it seems a debatable point at some level.
What we were doing was, you're talking about number 8?
Yeah, table 8. And I'm really just asking more as that matter of curiosity. You have the general distribution capital investments in a battery project, and then you have a separate category of investments in renewables. And I understand that's the last table you just pointed me to, which is solar facilities that PNM owns, but and you say are undergoing routine maintenance or whatever. But a battery facility itself is a renewable, or could be considered a renewable resource, or is that not the case?
Well, we included it because it was a large discrete project in this table. And, before the Investment Recovery Act, all batteries were, to get the production tax credits, had to be charged from a renewable facility. That is no longer the case. So some of these can be grid charged. So with that, you're at the, I guess, whatever level of renewable is on the system at the time is what's going into there, and it could be supplemented with a different fuel source.
Okay, fair enough. I won't keep you too much longer. Just want to ask a few final questions. The largest category by far, if we go to RBH 7 of capital investments, that's again, this is page 26 of your direct. You have another very helpful table there. 59.13% of the capital expenditures is all in quote unquote compliance. And it sounds like what you're actually saying in the testimony, as I read it, at 35 and 36 of your direct, the lion's share of that comes from Four Corners and Palo Verde investments. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so just so I make sure I understand, so the company is continuing to make these annual investments in these facilities. I guess obviously because it's illegal. What is it? Is it legally obligated to do so?
We are through our participation agreement.
So even though these are plants, the PNM has filed an application to abandon in the case of Four Corners, which the commission rejected. And then in PV, no longer, the leases aren't owned. You've abandoned the leases. You're still making these investments because of the contractual agreements under which you entered into those transactions under?
That's correct.
Okay. That was all the questions I had for Mr. Heffington. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you, hearing examiner. Mr. Heffington, I believe that concludes, unless any, that concludes our cross-examination and examination of you. Thank you, sir, very much for your testimony.
May I have redirect, sir?
Oh, you may, sir. That wasn't intentional, sir. I'm just trying to move us along. I apologize.
I forget all the time too.
Understood. I'll try and keep it brief.
No,
Mr. Heffington, if I may, Mr. Heffington, you were asked a question just a few seconds ago by hearing examiner Ryan with respect to continued investments in Palo Verde in light of the fact that the leases are expiring. Can you talk about PNM's continuing ownership interests in Palo Verde?
Yeah, so let me get to a chart, Rick, in my direct testimony. If on page 10 of my direct testimony, this is a representation of PNM's ownership in Palo Verde after the second lease expires. We will still have a 2.26% ownership in Unit 1, 9.4% ownership in Unit 2, and 10.2% ownership in Unit 3.
And can you clarify for us whether the investments that you've included for Palo Verde are for those continued ownership interests or something else?
Some of those projects will most certainly be associated with these that we will continue to own.
And to follow up also on the data you've gathered thus far with respect to the battery operation, would you anticipate that the battery operation as you've recorded so far might vary depending on the season?
We do. I mean, there are so many unknowns right now until we get it, get a whole season in it. But, you're going to have shorter days. So that means that the battery, the solar is going to come off sooner in the winter. So you might be using the battery a little sooner during the day versus later in the summer. So it would be shifting in when you can, basically on the discharge.
And would you anticipate that once all the battery capacity is in commercial operation, that could have impacts on how you operate the batteries?
That's correct. As we get more on our system, there certainly, you could have, changes with the aggregate of the megawatts on the system at the same time. So certainly can change.
Mr. Alvidrez, can I ask a question? There's a follow-up to that, which I think is a perfectly good question. One of the points of an issue here is this allocation of the batteries. And I guess I'm just wondering, and I'm not sure if you're the best witness to answer this, but what Mr. Alvidrez just basically asked you about is 100% true, which is this is a new endeavor for PNM. You're trying to figure out how this is all going to work. And I don't think that's, that's a true statement. Is the company amenable to like developments as it understands? I mean, in terms of how the cost of the batteries get allocated, how they're utilized. I mean, as time progresses and you get more data, and again, if you're not the person to answer this, that's fine. But if you can, whatever you can say, it'd be appreciated. We're at a beginning point on some level, aren't we?
I agree that we are at a beginning point, and as we gain more experience and determine more and more how it affects different of the cost allocators.
Go ahead.
Okay, I didn't know if you were, that we certainly need to revisit that.
As data becomes available.
Correct.
Because at this point, you're just based it on projections and other utility experience across the country. Is that right?
Well, on our distribution battery, that's a solution that I don't think anybody else has implemented, to try to unload the overloaded feeders. So,
okay.
So again, once we get those in service and start realizing different benefits, then we'll have more data.
Good. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Alvidrez, please. Oh, Mr. Medeiros, yeah.
I'd just like to follow up. Thank you. It's remarkable how Hearing Examiner Ryan and I are thinking on the same plane, because he mentioned across the country, how it's working across the country. And, I don't know if anybody recalls here, but I have asked Mr. Falgren before, and Mr. Phillips as well, and maybe somebody else, whether they had done a tour or studied the Moss Landing experience. Have you ever done that? A Moss, MOSS space LANDING, the largest battery. I'm not going to testify, not going to provide evidence, but it's the battery facilities, and there are several in major operation in on Monterey Bay. Have you been out there? Have you studied the Moss Landing experience? No,
I have not.
Have you discussed those with Mr. Falgren or anybody else in the company?
I have not.
How about the fires at Moss Landing?
I'm not familiar with the fires at Moss Landing, but I am familiar with, fires related to different chemistries of these batteries.
And how is the company addressing that matter?
So
of safety.
The lithium iron phosphate batteries have a more stable chemistry. So that's what, we're looking at.
Right. I have an article here. In fact, I find it endlessly fascinating, but I can't find it right now, but it's here somewhere about that particular set of facilities there, Elkhorn, and yeah, It says, I'm just reading something. It says that the Vistra Moss Landing Phase 3 expansion is complete. And this is actually, I'll just go ahead and read it's from the Monterey Herald, a newspaper in Monterey, California. And there's concern there in the community. They had a flood a devastating flood that wiped out a community there. And they had town halls scheduled to address battery safety, because at one point Scenic Highway 1 was shut down because of one of the fires out there. And so this article goes into the regarding the fact that the Vistra, you know who Vistra is, or what Vistra is, Mr. Eppington?
I'm familiar with them, yes, sir.
Who are they?
I believe they're a utility on the West Coast and up into I can't remember if they go up into Oregon and Washington, but
yeah, and their phase 3 expansion is completed at 350 megawatt, 1,400 megawatt hour phase 3 expansion of its energy storage facility, bringing the total capacity to 750 megawatts, 3,000 megawatt hours. The largest, according to the Monterey Herald, the largest of its kind in the world. But anyway, this story is more about the outpouring of community concern and the town halls or the meetings that the utilities there. It's not just Vistra, it's PG&E is involved there too, right?
I believe so.
So you know a little bit about Moss Landing.
I guess I know a little bit of the companies that might be involved in that, but I can't specifically remember Moss Landing, sir.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Bedros.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I want to get back to some questioning by Ms. Regensburg about what she described as a gap between when batteries might ultimately be deployed and when the rates in this case become effective. Do you recall your testimony on that point?
I do.
Is it is there also a gap the other way? That is that because some of the batteries are becoming operational before new rates go in effect, that PNM is not recovering those costs yet in rates?
That's correct.
And do you anticipate that the batteries that will be coming online in 2024 will be available for the summer peak?
That is what we're anticipating.
Okay. Let me talk a little bit still about some battery issues, but this time with regard to questions that Ms. Gould had asked you. And you were asked to compare at a very high level the 12 megawatt battery that's going to go on the distribution system with the batteries that PNM has access to under an ESA. Do you recall some of that questioning?
Yes, I do.
Can you contrast the two types of applications here, the battery applications between the 12 megawatt and the ESA batteries?
So the ESA batteries were co-located with the solar facilities. They are with the PPAs. They are on the transmission side. The 12 megawatt distribution batteries, we're looking at putting 2 6 megawatt batteries on 2 separate distribution feeders. The reason we're installing that battery is what we're calling a non-wires alternative to relieve congestion on those overloaded distribution feeders so that we can have more throughput of rooftop solar and things like that. So those batteries are installed for that solution. The batteries will take charge during the solar hours, and they will discharge at night when there is no solar to relieve the congestion on those feeders. So like I said, as we kind of researched this, we really haven't found anybody that's really putting distribution batteries on their system to relieve feeders. So this seemed like a very unique situation to us, which is different from the transmission, the ESA batteries on the transmission side.
And to follow up a little bit on the ESA transmission batteries, as I understand your testimony, those are third-party owned. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Ms. Gould asked you a number of questions about, I guess, PNM's control over the batteries versus the third-party owners' control over the batteries. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, so I come from a power plant background. So when you say control, that means you actually run the unit. So for the battery, that would be charging the battery, and then that would be discharging the battery. Now, the third-party owner does have control of all the maintenance activities and upkeep and everything on that battery. So they have to make sure it's in working order for us.
Let me follow up on the PNM's extent, the extent of PNM's control. Are there contractual limitations on that control under the ESAs?
There are contractual controls, and it's the charging and the discharging cycle and how often that can happen in a certain period. So it's,
and go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was going to say it's typically one charge during a day and one discharge, so in a 24-hour period.
You were also asked by Ms. Gould a number of questions about PNM legal litigation expenses. Are you the most knowledgeable witness to answer questions about PNM litigation expenses?
I am not.
And related to that, you were asked a number of questions about the regulatory asset that PNM is seeking with regard to the San Juan replacement resources. Do you remember a number of questions along those lines?
Yes, I do.
And in your testimony, you referred to something called Scenario 1. Can you tell us what what you mean by Scenario 1?
Sure. Scenario 1 was the replacement resources, and I'm not exactly sure of the filing for that case, but it included several PPAs and then some utility ownership in that case.
Okay. And do you know whether Scenario 1 was ultimately selected by the commission as the successful portfolio?
It was not selected as the scenario.
Okay. And were the resources that were ultimately selected identified as part of the RFP process that you've described?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know whether it was necessary to have follow-up proceedings with respect to the resources that were ultimately selected by the commission?
Yes, there were, I believe one was in case 19-00018 and maybe 19-00195.
And were the costs that were incurred by PNM in connection with the further proceedings included in PNM's request for a regulatory asset with respect to the San Juan replacement resources?
Yes, they were.
And finally, Ms. Nanasi asked you to compare capital costs between the Four Corners power plants, proposed capital investments, with La Luz gas facility. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
In your opinion, is that a valid comparison?
No, the capacity out of Four Corners that we own is base load or around the clock. And it is a, supercritical coal unit. And La Luz generating unit is what we call an aeroderivative, basically a jet engine with a generator hooked to it. And it's 41 megawatts, and it's fast start for peaking, so it is not base loaded.
Any other distinctions between the two types of resources that would account for the difference in their capital investment requirements?
Yeah, it's just the footprint size and the amount of equipment that's associated with a coal steam unit versus just a small aeroderivative is pretty substantial.
Okay, those are my questions on redirect. Thank you very much, Mr. Examiner.
Thank you, sir. And apologies again, it was not intentional in any way. Mr. Heffington, I just want to clear something up that I didn't want to put confusion in the record, which I may have. The ESA transmission batteries, those PPA batteries, they're all charged or recharged by co-located solar PV solar facilities. Is that right?
They can be charged by off the grid, but they are co-located with those facilities. The Hickory 1 is the one I mentioned earlier, that it sits outside of PNM service territory. So if we charged it off the grid, there would be different incremental costs to customers that wouldn't be beneficial.
So off the grid, you mean from the grid?
Yeah,
What do you mean?
Well, so Hickory 1's not in our service territory. So if we had to get electricity there, we'd get transmission service and all those kinds of things. So since all the other ones are located in our service territory, we can charge off the grid or from the PNM grid instead of the co-located solar facility.
But the co-located solar facility can charge those batteries too, can't they?
They certainly can. That's how they were originally designed.
Do they at least assist in charging, or does it matter anymore?
I do not have that information. I'm sorry. I don't know.
That's up to the operator. There must be, isn't there output that's provided to the company as well from the panels?
So the batteries, we do schedule the charging, we do schedule the discharging. I don't know what energy is going into the battery.
Right, and you understand, why I'm asking this? It's because I may have sowed some confusion, because at Moss Landing, there aren't any co-located, as far as I know, and I keep looking for it, solar there. And so when the operators say, well, we're taking renewable energy and charging these batteries, what they're doing is what you're saying is taking energy from the grid, right? There at that old gas plant with the large smokestacks there that loom over Monterey Bay. Anyway, so I don't want to, but coming back to the ESA transmission batteries, they are, at least the batteries themselves are co-located on a site with solar PV panels in all cases, aren't they?
That's correct.
And their transmission, because they're adjacent to PNM transmission lines or properties.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Anything further, Mr. Alvidrez?
No, Your Honor, that's our presentation of Mr. Heffington.
Thank you so much, Mr. Heffington.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony and your patience. You are excused. Okay, would PNM please call its next witness?
Yes, we call Angela Pino, and it may take a couple of moments for her to get situated.
I'm just going to keep us here with this dead space because we're not ready for a break yet. Ms. Nanazi?
Excuse me, I wanted to just ask you about something. I downloaded some of the transcripts and something strange has happened, which is that even though my exhibits were properly labeled in the Dropbox, when it ended up in the transcript on the days that the transcript days, like the 6th and 7th, for some reason the labels are gone. So I don't know what to do about that. And I also wanted to just tell you that some of my exhibits that were revised and were not included the way that you ruled that they should have been and that PNM agreed to. So I don't know what to do about any of that. I just wanted to raise that with you, alert you to it. I'm happy to screen share and show you the problems. Anyway, those are the issues.
Thank you, Ms. Nanazi. I'm confident that we can fix these things offline and then come back and just summarize how we fix them.
Thank
Is that
you.
satisfactory?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you. PNM, would you please proceed?
Yes, sir. We call Angela Pino and ask that she be sworn.
Ms. Pino, would you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Pino, can you please state your name, your place of employment, and job title for the record?
Angela Pino, P-I-N-O. I'm the Director of Total Rewards for PNM Resources.
And did you prepare direct testimony, pre-file direct testimony in this case that we have marked as PNM Exhibit 26, and which is dated December 5, 2022?
Yes.
And does that testimony, is that testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we move the admission of PNM Exhibit 26, the direct testimony of Ms. Pino.
Any objection? Hearing PNM Exhibit 26 is admitted.
And Ms. Pino, did you also prepare supplemental testimony dated January 27, 2023 that was filed in this case?
Yes.
And can you confirm that that is PNM Exhibit 27?
Yes.
And is that testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we move the admission of PNM Exhibit 27, the supplemental testimony of Ms. Pino.
Any objection? PNM Exhibit 27 is admitted.
And finally, did you also prepare rebuttal testimony in this case that we've marked as PNM Exhibit 28?
Yes.
And is that testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we move the admission of PNM Exhibit 28, the rebuttal testimony of Ms. Pino.
Pausing and hearing no objection, PNM Exhibit 28 is admitted as well.
And Ms. Pino is available for questioning.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Albright, you have 10 minutes with Ms. Pino.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Hearing Examiner Maderos. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, Ms. Pino.
Afternoon.
I'm Jeff Albright with J. Albright Law LLC. And I'm here on behalf of Bernalillo County this afternoon. So I'll probably be going back and forth between a number of documents here, but I think we can work our way through it. I'd like to start first of all with testimony that was provided by Mr. Sanders. He made reference to a couple of tables which he said that you had prepared. Specifically, I think it was SS 10 and 11, and that would be part of his exhibit KTS-4. I believe that would be page 601 of 651 and 602 of 651. Do you happen to have those in front of you or available to you there?
You could give me a minute.
Sure. And again, that was P&M exhibit KTS-4. It was in the attachment, and he made specific reference there to the incentive compensation, which I believe would be under your purview.
And you said it was part of Sanders Direct?
It was part of Sanders. Yeah, let me just go back and check here. He made reference to it and said that the best person to refer that to would be Ms. Pino. So that's where I'm at. And then he said that those were part of working papers SS 10 and 11. And again, with regard to the labeling, it's PNM exhibit KTS-4, page 60. It was part of the appendices, page 601 of 651 and 602 of 651. And there were two tables. And one is labeled the SS-10, working paper SS-10, is the incentive compensation base period data. And then the other is SS-11, and it's incentive compensation, linkage, and test period calculation.
Is that part of his exhibit 7?
It was part of his exhibit KTS-4.
Yes. And I'm sorry, I've got the KTS-4. And tell me that page number one more time.
Okay, sure.
On the top
that,
right.
Pages 601 and 602.
601 and 602.
Of 651.
Of 651. Yep, 601. One and 652 of 601. A little bit small. Let me get closer to me. Yes, I found it.
Great. Okay. Would you explain for me with regard to the first of all, with regard to the incentive compensation, how are those figures determined? Who determines those?
Are you talking specifically to the group incentive plan?
Yes.
For the group incentive plan, we in compensation have benchmarked our incentive plan data with third-party independent benchmark data, and we took the headcount as of June 30, 2022 of the employees eligible for that incentive plan. And took that number of employees times the external benchmark data for the incentive plan, and came up with a total amount.
Okay.
recommended for that incentive plan.
Okay, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt. Who establishes the benchmarks?
Those are third-party independent benchmark surveys that we purchase.
When you say that you purchase from who and where do they get the information from?
The survey used is from Willis Towers Watson. They are a third-party global human capital company who collects benchmark data for compensation programs, and they collect it from a variety of different companies across the information that we use is national survey information, so survey information across the nation for incentive plans.
Okay, so if I'm looking at, let me look at the first one there, the working paper SS-10 incentive compensation. If I'm reading that correctly, there, under the base period, it shows, I assume, $4,507,037 for officers. Is that correct?
On the
Under
work
the
paper,
total AIP CHP.
on the work paper, that's correct. But
Okay. Go ahead.
I was just going to state the officer incentive plan is not included in this rate case, just the group incentive plan in my testimony and the wholesale power marketing incentive plan, not the officer incentive plan.
And the wholesale,
Wholesale power marketing incentive plan.
And I noticed that there was no officer compensation in this one that was included, or at least as far as incentive goes. And who made that decision?
The decision to not include it in the cost of service.
Correct.
That's a combination of a recommendation that incentive plan has got an earnings per share earnings metric in it, and so we have not asked to recover it in this rate case.
Okay, and generally the compensation, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the compensation for officers based upon earnings per share?
Only their incentive.
Only their incentive. And
Not
how
their-
is that? And how is that metric determined?
It's
Who determines, the cost per share, or what's a high or what's a low, and then what's awarded? Who determines that?
It's an accounting calculation. There's a standard accounting calculation for earnings per share.
Does it remain constant year to year, or is it generated yearly by internally at P&M?
I don't have that information. The accounting department calculates that.
Okay, so you aren't involved in that decision making, or they don't provide input to you for any kind of a calculation or anything related to that?
Not for the calculation.
Okay, all right. And so in looking at page 602, that's where, as you point out, that there is no officer compensation listed in that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, rather than winding our way through extensive, I'd like to now turn to your direct testimony. And at page 1, I think that this is maybe a repeat of what you just answered, but at the bottom there, you talk about employee compensation and benefit plans or benchmark with relevant independent third-party industry survey data. Have I correctly stated that?
That's correct.
Okay. And so is there any additional compensation that is determined internally by P&M, or do you rely upon this data exclusively?
We rely on the external independent benchmark data.
Okay. And would you turn to page 11, please? If you're, again, we're still on your direct testimony right now. Okay? And at lines 10 through 12, you state that incentive compensation plans are intended to incentivize employees to meet or exceed specific performance metrics. And then you go on to say incentive compensation is an quote, at risk, unquote, component of an employee's total compensation. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And so when you say exceed specific performance metrics, what are you referring to? Let me strike that. Let me just ask a question. Who determines what the specific performance metrics are?
Each business unit has predetermined performance metrics for their business unit.
And when you say predetermined, are those goals that are set by each group?
Yes, goals and metrics can be used interchangeably. Yes.
And what is the basis for those metrics?
There's a variety of things that go into the business unit determining. They could be, for example, and we provided this in some discovery that the staff had to give a high level kind of summary of the goals under the group incentive plan. So things like safety, customer service metrics, things like that that are determined by the business unit.
And when you have the term at risk in quotes, what do you mean by that?
That's a compensation term. So just to differentiate between your base compensation, which is earned through performing the essential functions of your job, versus incentive payment, which has to be earned by achieving certain goals or metrics.
In the table just above that, P&M table ALP-1, how do you break out percentage-wise what is part of P&M resources and what is allocated to P&M?
So that's the total amount. You're looking at the group incentive plan line?
I am, yes.
Yeah, so that's broken out through our cost allocation process that Witness Peters discusses, and then it's further allocated out through the cost of service per Witness Sanders' testimony. But that's what's indicated on page 11 is the whole amount for P&M resources.
And so when you talk about metrics and performance standards or goals, if those are interchangeable there, are those for P&M goals only, or are they also somehow tied to P&MR?
For the amounts that are tied to P&M, they're just P&M goals only.
Okay, all right. On page 12, you refer to an annual incentive plan that applies primarily to employees and management, specifically salary grades GO1, GO4. And you state there, and I believe you may have said it earlier in our discussion here, this plan requires achievement of many performance-based goals that benefit customers, but also has an earnings per share performance threshold that must be met before awards can be earned and awarded to eligible employees. Have I stated that correctly?
That's correct. Okay.
So you mentioned before about the performance threshold, the earnings per share performance threshold. Who sets that per share performance threshold?
Again, that the threshold is set by the accounting department.
And when you say this plan requires achievement of many performance-based goals that benefit customers, what would those be?
Those are similar to the goals under the group incentive plan that we were discussing, set by the business unit areas, similar to the ones we've talked about, safety, reliability, customer service goals.
Mr. Albright, we're in added time, injury time.
Okay, and I would take probably just about 5 more minutes, and if I could take that, I'll take that from Ms. Chan if that's amenable.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Turning to page 19, please. You state that PNM has included the cost of the group incentive plan at $6,262,795 on a total company basis, including TNMP. Why do you include TNMP?
It's for our original calculation that we use the benchmark data for. And then that recommendation that I discussed previously is then run through our cost allocation process for the PNM share, and then the cost of service process that Mr. Sanders discusses for the cost of this cost of service. So
how do you factor in for a future test year in this case?
I'm sorry, how do you factor in?
Well, let me see if I can recharacterize that. So you have future test years, what this rate case involves, correct? Okay. And so how far ahead do you look on a year-to-year basis with regard to the incentives and the performance metric?
We've benchmarked that incentive plan to the third-party external benchmarks, and then we've taken the head count as of 6/30/2022, and the only thing we've done is applied a labor escalation factor for the future test period.
Okay, and I did notice that you had a fair amount of attrition over several years. I think you listed it in some part of either your testimony or it may have been your supplemental testimony. How do you figure that into your calculations for the coming year?
Witness Sanders discusses in his testimony that normal attrition and turnover is taken into account in the cost of service calculation.
And you've taken that into account for 2024, is that correct?
I don't know the exact details. That would be a better question for Witness Sanders, but it does take into consider natural attrition and turnover.
Was there any consideration of an estimate with or without a merger with Avangrid or any other entity, or did you just look at PNM?
In the cost of service, I don't know.
With regard to employees, did you add or subtract or not add any employees based upon what may or may not happen with a merger?
No, the only employees that were added in were the ones that are supported by Mr. Gray, Witness Mendez, Cervantes, and Pitts were the only employees that were added in to the head count that we assumed as of 6/30/2022.
Okay. And then on page 21, speaking of some of that, the losses, you've answered that those were losses for PNM there. You state at lines 7 and 8 that with 105 voluntary terminations in 12 months ended June 30, 2022, the cost of attrition was $2.5 million. So what accounts for that $2.5 million?
We took a calculation of the number of terminations, the 105 terminations, times the annual salary and the average of per employee for the onboarding study, a little bit further up in that paragraph to give an estimation of a cost of attrition.
And is 105 voluntary terminations, is that normal, abnormal? How would you characterize that?
I don't have the specifics on the turnover data, but in the past couple of pandemic years, I'm not sure anything was normal with the labor market.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, and I think we already talked about executive compensation. I'm just looking at your supplemental testimony, and you said that that has not been calculated for 2024, correct?
I don't understand.
Just with regard to the requirements, the amount or the amount of executive compensation?
In the cost of service?
Yes.
There is no incentive comp for any,
No
there's
incentive
no compensation for executives in the cost of service.
Okay. Ms. Pino, I think that's all the questions I have. So thank you very much for your answers and enlightenment as well. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. We have the Water Authority and we have Mr. Herman with a headset. Excellent. 12 minutes, sir, with Ms. Pino.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. That's what my chart shows. And am I
Please
coming in
proceed.
clear?
Yes, sir. At least to me.
Crystal. Yeah,
Thank you.
join the club with the headset. We're the best.
The dorkiest, but the best.
You get the best sound quality. I mean, unless PNM, but you guys have probably like a mic, right? Like a kind of fancy mic. Those things work well too. Yeah.
Whoa,
No.
like a podcaster.
That's no joke.
All right, let's go ahead.
Good afternoon, Ms. Pino. How are you today?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I'll thank Mr. Albright because he was asking some questions along my area of interest as well. But I want to direct you to your rebuttal testimony, where you make some statements around page 6, lines 15 through 16, about COVID being one of the reasons for increased employee turnover. Are you there?
Yes.
What do you base that statement on?
I think we're just like many organizations that felt kind of the labor market tightening and things during the pandemic that we just hadn't seen before, and experienced turnover, just like many other organizations.
So you'd say you experienced turnover on a higher rate during the pandemic years?
Yes.
And did you conduct exit interviews where a number of employees cited COVID as the reason for their departure?
I don't have that information specific to
Anything? Is there anything else specific you can point to as the basis for that statement, with PNM specifically in mind?
Not specific to exit interviews, no.
Did PNM conduct any layoffs during the pandemic?
No.
And by layoffs, I mean involuntary terminations, regardless of service or performance, excuse me.
I don't have that specific information.
Could you move to page 7 of your rebuttal, line 8?
Yes.
You mentioned that PNM is seeking approximately $153,000 in severance pay and associated payroll taxes.
Yes.
What is the source for that number?
Elimination of positions. There were elimination of positions in a couple of departments.
That you expect to occur in your test year?
That we expect to occur?
Referring to the $153,000, what, let me rephrase, where did you get that number from?
I don't have the specific the specific cost of where it is in the cost of service numbers. I don't have that specific information.
But is it safe to assume it's based on some sort of data included in PNM's test year?
I'm not sure.
And you had earlier in your conversation with Mr. Albright stated that nothing related to the proposed merger with Avangrid affected any of these numbers. Do you recall that?
Mm-hmm. The calculation of the group incentive plan is what I was referring to.
Okay. would it also refer to this severance pay request?
I'm not aware of exactly what went into that calculation for the cost of service for that.
Do you know who would have that information?
I would think witness Sanders.
Are you aware that in the part of the merger proceedings, Avangrid did commit to no layoffs?
No, I'm not.
You're not aware?
I'm not aware of that specific comment.
Thank you. Moving on, I wanted to ask you about your rebuttal testimony with respect to ABCWA witness Mark Garrett on severance pay. I believe that is at page 7, line 22.
Uh-huh.
At line 22 specifically, you state that severance pay encourages employees to remain. Can you tell me what you base that statement on?
Severance plans are a normal part of a total rewards package. And so have to remain competitive, having them as part of our total rewards package is reasonable.
Now, going to your direct testimony, bear with me as I also struggle with my screens to get there. At page 23, you list a number of benefits, correct?
Yes.
And you don't include a severance plan among those employee benefits. Isn't it true?
I see that.
You see that you do not list it?
I see it's not listed on page 23.
And I'm going to wade back towards the merger, but specifically, are you aware of PNM's executive golden parachutes?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Payment to PNM's executives and leadership group if they were ever to cease employment, or in the event of the merger, a payment that they get if in event of a buyout?
They're eligible for a severance plan, similar to all of our other employees.
And do ratepayers have any responsibility for those golden parachute payments?
I don't know that specific information of the cost of service. Not in this cost of service for this rate case, no.
So it's not being requested, or are you uncertain?
No, the only thing relative to executives in the cost of service for this rate case is a portion of their base salary only, nothing else for executives.
So none of that golden parachute compensation would be sought to be recovered from ratepayers, correct?
In this cost of service for this rate case, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. At page 5 of your rebuttal, lines 1 through 2, you discuss employee turnover due to the closure of San Juan. Are you there?
Uh-huh.
Are you aware of any payments made by PNM for result of the severance of those employees?
Aware of any payments?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
let me clarify that it is payments by PNM aside from those required due to the Energy Transition Act payments. Anything in addition to the payments under the Energy Transition Act?
I don't know the details of the payments under the Energy Transition Act.
All right, I think that's all I had. Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have up next, and they're the Attorney General with 15 minutes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Pino.
Good afternoon.
If you would please turn to page 11 of your direct testimony.
Yes.
You indicate that PNM is seeking recovery of $511,000 in costs for the wholesale power marketing incentive plan. And I think 6.2 million for the group incentive plan. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Sorry, let me clarify that. The 6.2 is the total PNM resources cost, but the cost that is in this rate case and the cost of service takes that as witness Peters explains in his testimony for the cost allocation, and then further for the cost of service. So for the group incentive plan, it's not the whole 6.2 that's included in the cost of service. It's the allocated portion through the cost allocation, and then what's included for the cost of service, as witness Sanders describes.
Okay, that was
What
a
is the
lot.
number? Sorry, Mr. Elliott. So then can you just say, so that I have my record straight here, what is the end result to that?
That's in witness Sanders' work papers.
Can you tell me what the number is, or you do not know it?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay.
I think I have it. Ms. Pino, I think the retail share of the group incentive plan, that's what we'd be talking about, right?
That's correct.
Does $5,443,246 sound right?
It sounds reasonable.
I think that's on Sanders. I think it's actually in page 2 of your rebuttal testimony, if I'm not mistaken.
Did you say page 2?
Page 2 of the lines, line 13.
That's
Is that
correct.
right? Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Elliott.
So I just want to ask you a few questions about this. On page 22 of your direct, you have a table. It's titled Group Incentive Award Costs. Do you see it?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand this table. The first row indicates that there are 24 employees in the G14 grade.
Correct.
Okay. And they have a target award level of 5%. Okay. Does that mean that awards for these 24 employees are based on 5% of their salaries?
No, so that's just to set the overall pool. And so what we've done is we've taken that third-party benchmark data to set the target award levels that's competitive for these level of employees. And then we just broke it down by how many employees are at each level for a total, to give us a total pool. But on an annual basis, when that pool is paid out, it's distributed to all eligible employees as a portion of their base salary based on their total salary. So the whole pool is then distributed to all eligible employees.
Okay, because I did some calculations just roughly, and so for example, So since there's 48,397 is approximately 5% of base salaries. Is that right? I could then calculate the total salaries for this group by basically dividing 48,397 by 0.05. Right? And then if I did that, I get total salaries of $967,940. So that would make the average salary for this group $40,000 roughly.
Roughly.
Okay. So, and I can do that same calculation for each of the salary grades then. Okay. So if I did that calculation for the grade 5, and I got an average salary of approximately 126,000. Does that sound right? Subject to check?
Roughly.
Okay. And there's 231 employees that are eligible for an incentive award of 9%. So it's about $11,341, right?
Across all of PNM resources.
Right, for that G5.
That's correct.
Okay. So if we just going back to your rebuttal now, you acknowledge that that the amount recovered in case 15261 for incentive compensation plan, it was limited. And I'm looking at page 5 of your rebuttal. You say it was limited. It was limited, right? And the amount that was actually included in rates in 15261 was $2,567,003. Does that sound right?
That sounds correct.
Okay. So the amount that was authorized was over 50% of the increase requested in that case. Is that right?
I don't recall the original request.
Okay. Well, was there a specific amount specified for incentive compensation awards stated in the order, or was there was it in the stipulation in the next case? Do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Well, have there been any substantive changes in the incentive compensation program between 15261 and now?
Changes to the program or the payout?
Well,
there's been no changes to the program itself, but the company has increased the payout over the years.
And is that, so was that based on a change in those percentages, the payout percentages, or?
No, the payout percentages from the third-party external benchmarking have remained very similar even back to the 15 case. That's what's considered competitive. And to remain competitive, the companies had to increase that pool and that payout over the years to remain competitive as the labor markets tightened.
So there was something that changed then, sounds like.
The payout, the overall.
Just
payout.
The overall payout. And that wasn't based on a percentage, say such as what we were just looking at on the table of group incentive award costs?
No, the pool is established from the benchmark percentages that are competitive for each level, sets the entire pool, and then the entire pool is distributed to all employees based on their eligible earnings.
Okay.
And so that overall pool has increased. We've had to increase it to remain competitive.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I have no further questions, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott. Right, okay, and I think he's exited. No, there you are. Hi.
I'm here.
sorry.
I cede the floor and turn my camera off.
No, I didn't want to be, yeah, that's
Okay.
all good. It's
Thank
all
you.
good. Mr. Borman, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. If you're ready.
We are at, we have you scheduled for 25 minutes. Let's just go ahead and start.
Yes, and it should be much less than that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Pino.
Good afternoon.
The GIP is the group incentive plan, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so when I use that term, we'll understand what it is. On page 14, or excuse me, page 4, line 18 of your rebuttal testimony, you state that there is no basis or specific data to support witness Malden's claim that the group incentive plan has not mitigated employee turnover or that the group incentive plan is ineffective for attracting and retaining employees. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Can you show me where in your testimony you have provided data that demonstrates that the GIP has mitigated employee turnover?
I don't have anything in my direct testimony that says it has. What we do know is that competitive compensation and benefits are reasonable to attract and retain employees. And so we've benchmarked that group incentive plan with third-party benchmark market data to have a competitive group incentive plan pool for those level of employees.
Okay, thanks. And is that also true for whether or not it's been effective for attracting and retaining employees?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Well, you had referred to Mr. Malden's claim that the GIP has not either mitigated employee turnover or that it's ineffective for attracting and retaining employees. That's your testimony on page 4.
Mm-hmm.
So can you show me where you provided data that the GIP has been effective for attracting and retaining employees?
In my testimony, there isn't anything specific to the group incentive plan, but we do know that competitive compensation and benefits for across the different compensation elements, base compensation, incentive compensation, is reasonable to attract and retain employees.
So you know this, correct?
It's part of our compensation philosophy is to be externally competitive to attract and retain employees.
Okay. But you haven't demonstrated that to the commission?
Specifically to the group incentive plan, what we have done is we've done a very specific study on the group incentive plan award levels with the third-party independent benchmark survey to show that those incentive award levels are reasonable.
Where is that study in your testimony?
The study is not in the testimony itself, but I describe how we've used that third-party Willis Towers Watson survey to set the award levels, the reasonable award levels in the table that we were just looking at on page, let me flip to it real quick. It was on page 22.
That's of your direct testimony?
Yes. And it's that third-party benchmark survey from Willis Towers Watson that we utilize to set those competitive target award levels for the group incentive plan.
Okay. Did you analyze the historic attrition rates for GIP eligible employees before the pandemic and how that compares to the attrition rates during the pandemic?
No.
Okay.
What we did to set the poll was take the current set of employees that we had at 6/30/2022, and then through the cost of service process that Witness Sanders describes, he takes into consideration normal attrition and turnover in that cost of service.
Okay.
To account for that.
Can you show me where in your testimony you provide an analysis of the correlation between the GIP budget and employee attrition rates?
Again, that's not in my direct testimony. We, again, set the pool to ensure that it's market competitive. And then that pool is then run through the cost allocation and the cost of service to account for any attrition or natural turnover.
Okay, thank you. Is it accurate to say that the company retains the right to withhold GIP payouts if a group doesn't meet the required goal metrics?
Can you repeat that question?
Yeah. Is it accurate to say that PNM can it retains the right or can withhold GIP payouts if a particular group doesn't meet the required goal metrics that they have?
They could if the goals are not achieved.
Okay.
But the way,
go
I'm
on.
sorry. In the group incentive plan, the pool would then be distributed to the groups that did achieve. So it's the overall pool in the group incentive plan, per the plan document, is distributed to all eligible employees for all of the business units that achieved their metrics.
So the other groups would get a bigger payout. Is that what you're saying?
If they achieve their goals, but in our most recent history, since the plan's been in inception, the group incentive, they have achieved their goals and their metrics.
So there's been no group that has not achieved the required goal metrics?
Not yet, no.
The GIP also includes financial goal metrics, is that correct?
Not sure what you mean by financial goal metrics.
Well, I mean, is the payout to employees based at least in part on the company meeting certain financial incentives?
I'd need to know more specifically. Are you talking like an earnings per share goal? No.
Well, okay, there's nothing earnings per share.
No, there's no earnings
nothing-
per share goals in the group incentive plan. No.
Okay, there's nothing in terms of keeping costs below a certain level in either for the group or for the entire GIP?
Cotton. I don't know specifically cost be so below a certain level.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I should ask it in conversely. If a particular group or the company spends too much money, is it possible that they won't meet their metrics?
No, that's not one of the metrics in the group incentive plan.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Pino.
Thank you.
Thank you, staff. Okay, that concludes the cross-examination of, I believe, of the witness. We have Commissioner Ellison for any examination that the commission may have. Commissioner Ellison?
I don't have any questions at this time, Mr. Medeiros. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's, well.
Mr. Medeiros, can I ask just a question following up on Mr. Borman's line of questioning?
Yes, that's where I was going next, was to you.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Ms. Pino, what would be the consequence, as far as you know, if the commission accepted staff's recommendation to provide for only basically give you 60% of what it is that you've requested for the group incentive plan?
The consequence would be our overall pool would be below market, and in a tough labor market that we're I think we all know we're seeing right now, it would make us less competitive to attract and retain employees.
Are you competing with gas company?
It's one of our local competitors, along with utilities across the country.
So let me just make sure I understand. And as a basic intuitive level, I understand the concept that compensation should, in fact, award-based compensation for performance at a certain level should incentivize people to stay. But I heard you tell Mr. Borman is that apart from industry literature or industry standards, you have no evidence which indicates that the consequence you described to me would flow from the commission's decision to accept staff's recommendation.
I'm sorry, I don't think I understood the question.
Well, Mr. Borman asked you several times, point me to the evidence in your testimony that shows to me that this group incentive plan is effective. And I forget the exact line of questioning, but each time you responded to him and said, well, we're just familiar with industry-wide practice, and there's the Willis Towers and Watson study, and this is we've shown here pretty clearly that this is a broad-based thing that happens in our industry. And each time you answered that, that statement was prefaced by, I have no evidence to supply on that subject. Do you remember that discussion,
Yes.
Mr. Borman? Yeah.
Yes, specific to the group incentive plan. Yes.
Right. So my point to you is, I asked you to begin with, but what's the consequence if we accept staff's recommendation to cut this thing because it's unclear what its merits are? And your answer is, well, we would fall behind in terms of competitiveness. But so that's when it seems only responsible to push back and say, wait a minute, you told us a few moments ago that you don't have any data really, apart from what is, more broadly accepted in the industry. I mean, if I've misunderstood you, you can correct me.
No, I understand. That's correct. We don't have specific to the group incentive plan in terms of, I think what Mr. Borman was talking about in terms of specifics in exit interviews or things like that.
So how can the commission be sure this is a worthwhile expenditure of money? And I understand your answer earlier to be, well, this is we need to be competitive, and this is what happens in the industry. But I mean, is there anything further you can tell me?
It's our best practice to make sure that we're using the independent market data that tells us what companies like us are doing in terms of base compensation, incentive compensation, and that's the kind of compensation industry practice that you were talking about, is to use that kind of independent third-party market data to inform us on what's competitive.
Purely hypothetical question now. Let's say the Fed chairman, Mr. Powell, and all those central bankers achieve what they want, which is to put the brakes on the inflation in the economy, and the economy takes a nosedive in a major way, which for all the doomsday people out there is always a possibility. I happen to be one of them. Does this compensation sort of philosophy align similarly with a labor market that's where people are actually really strongly valuing a job?
I'm not sure I understand.
If it becomes harder to get a job, and then a recession ensues, people would be happy just to be employed. That's the reward I have in life, a job. Do you think that this proposal here is consistent with that sort of socioeconomic context, or we'll just call it economic context?
In my experience, I haven't seen labor market data go down, nor incentive compensation go down in my experience. I haven't seen it go down.
Okay. All right, that's all my questions. Thanks, Ms. Pino.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Ryan. Redirect, PNM.
You're on mute, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you. A few questions, if I might. Ms. Pino, to follow up a little bit on Hearing Examiner Ryan's questions, you were asked about whether PNM competes for employees with New Mexico Gas Company. Can you talk about the competitive market or the market for employees and what markets you operate or compete with?
Yeah, I can say it's local, regional, and now national with the global pandemic and the increase of the ability to work from home. That's really expanded the net of our competitive market. And in competing for talent, we now have to compete nationally with the ability to work from home that we've seen since the pandemic.
And let me ask a little bit about your experience. How long have you worked with regard to employment compensation in that area?
My entire career, over 20 years, 23, 24 years.
And do you have any certifications related to employment compensation?
I do. I hold a CCP certification from the American Compensation Association, now known as World at Work, which is a certified compensation professional.
And what's involved in getting certified in that?
There's a series of 9 different areas of study that you have to complete and sit for tests. And then you must stay abreast and keep that certification up on an annual basis with certain reaccreditation hours on an annual basis.
Okay. And you talked a lot about benchmarking, both in your the examination by Mr. Borman and a bit with regard to questions by Hearing Examiner Ryan. Can you elaborate a bit on benchmarking and how PNM utilizes it?
Benchmarking again gives us very meaningful, independent third-party market data that we can rely on as we set our compensation and benefits programs, whether that be for base salaries, for incentive compensation, and our benefit programs. And it gives us, again, that third-party source where many companies, hundreds of companies, participate in these what are called salary surveys to provide their information so that companies can share in a third-party vetted data collection through these third-party survey vendors.
And is there a particular level at which PNM sets its proposed compensation levels based on those benchmarks?
We do. We make sure we compare ourselves adequately. We benchmark ourselves to the survey data can give you a wide variety of data from smaller companies to very, very large companies. We make sure to keep it reasonable that we benchmark ourselves to companies similar in size to us. And so in our salary surveys, it's companies that are in the $1 to $3 billion revenue range so that we're not comparing ourselves to too large of companies. And then there's a wide variety of data that's provided. It's called percentiles. So there's anything from the 25th percentile market data all the way up to the 75th percent. But again, to keep it reasonable, we benchmark all of our programs at the median. So at the 50th percentile, that's reasonable.
In your experience in the employment compensation area, what are the consequences if an employer does not include market competitive compensation and benefits?
You run the risk of seeing people go to a different employer, whether that be locally. When you think about a call center market, they can go to a T-Mobile call center just up the street at, on Manal. And so we've got to compete again, locally, regionally, nationally. And, somebody could go to another employer who's offering a larger base salary or a larger bonus or incentive.
And what impact does that have on the operations of the business?
When employees leave, again, we've got costs to replace employees, to advertise, advertising costs, lost time costs to the business when we lose employees, and then the learning curve or the cost to get employees kind of trained and back up to speed. So there's several additional costs to turnover when employees leave that the business could incur if you're losing employees.
Okay. Thank you. That's my redirect. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Right. Ms. Pino, I really appreciate your testimony. Thank you very much for testifying. You're excused. Thank you. Thank you. Well, let's take a 15-minute break and come back with PNM's next witness, if we might.
Yes, sir. 15 minutes?
Yes. Is that enough? Okay. 15 minutes. Thank you. We're in recess. I believe we're waiting on Mr. Lee. No rush. I just want to confirm that.
Mr. Hearing Examiners, I wanted to lodge my objection to something on the record. So if you could tell me when you think that's appropriate, it'll take a minute or less.
Ms. Nanazi, as soon as we have Mr. Lee back, which apparently we don't, right? Hearing examiner.
Yeah, I don't see him. I don't know. There he is. He's coming on.
I'm here. I was looking into the exhibit issue. I need to address that with you off the record when we're done.
No, I appreciate you looking at that. Thank you, sir. I didn't, there's no worries. Okay.
I assumed it was just a rough draft thing too. I mean, I don't think that's the final version of everything. So
3 finals have been turned out, and
Yes.
just far as I know, Anna's looked at them too, and they're the correct exhibits. So I don't know what's wrong.
Well,
We'll figure it
we'll
out.
fix it. We'll fix it. But just so to clarify, when Mr. Lee issues the portfolios, those are the final versions. The rough drafts are the ones that the galley drafts or the rough drafts are the ones that we receive. I don't even know if galley draft is the right term, but in any event, the rough drafts are just the drafts of the text of the transcript. But then when you see the portfolio, and there have been 3 issued by the court reporter, those are the ones that are the official transcripts that go in what we call e-docket or info share, or the record for the case. And so with that, New Energy Economy requested the opportunity to lodge an exception. Go ahead.
To lodge an objection, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
To lodge an objection?
Did I say that wrong?
You said exception according to real time.
No, well, no, I did say objection. I hope. If I didn't, I meant to say objection, not to objectify the situation. Ms. Benazi, would you please lodge New Energy Economy's objection?
Thank you. New Energy Economy objects to bench request number 1 being made part of the record and joins NM area. And I just want to state our reasons for the record. I understand what you said before. As New Energy Economy understands, it is bench request number 1 response is essentially what the impact of rate credit will be on an average bill. When we signed on to the settlement agreement, it was to moot the rate credit issue from consideration in the rate case. PNM has been over collecting from ratepayers since the San Juan generating station closure, and the settlement should be considered to make ratepayers whole, nothing more, nothing less. It should not be considered against any other potential disallowance in this case, because PNM was not entitled to that money in the first place, and it has the potential of skewing determinations made by the commission. In essence, that the commission may weigh it along with other considerations of the matter of the matters being determined in this case. Furthermore, I just want to point out that the rate credit refund will only be for 1 year. Thank you very much.
New Energy Economy, has anyone sought the admission of bench request 1 yet?
No, but what I was concerned about was that you had said on a previous day last week that after it was filed, after the bench request was filed, that following the next morning, you would entertain objections or or discussion about it. And so I just wanted to make
So
sure.
you, like New Mexico area, are objecting to the fact that let me get this right. And don't worry, you're not poking the bear. We're not going back to Friday. So if that's the attempt here, that's misdirected. But because trust me, we're not going backwards. We're going forward with a positive, clean slate, smooth path, right?
Thank you.
But you're not objecting to the fact that the commission asked for the information. You're objecting to it going into the record, correct?
Correct, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, let's move forward. The objection is noted. PNM, would you please call your next witness?
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, we call PNM witness Eric Chavez and ask that he be sworn.
Mr. Chavez, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of opinion to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chavez, can you please state your name, employer, and job title for the record?
Absolutely. My name is Eric Chavez. I'm a communications representative 2 for PNMR Services Company.
And Mr. Chavez, did you prepare what we've marked as PNM Exhibit 32 as your pre-filed direct testimony dated December 5, 2022?
Yes.
And is that testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we move the admission of PNM Exhibit 32, the direct testimony of Mr. Chavez.
Any objection? PNM Exhibit 32 is admitted.
And with that, Mr. Hearing Examiner, we tender Mr. Chavez for examination.
Thank you, sir. I just had the Excel spreadsheet on screen and I overlaid something on top of it. I'll get right back to it. I'm sorry. We have the Water Authority as requested, I believe, 10 minutes, according to my record here. Is that correct?
That's what I have, Mr. Examiner.
Great, please proceed.
That's all right. That won't be necessary. Aside from wishing Mr. Chavez a good afternoon, I have no questions for him.
Thank you, sir. Next up with Mr. Chavez is there's the Attorney General, and also listed, is it 10 minutes, sir?
I too have no questions for Mr. Chavez, so thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Does the commission or Hearing Examiner Ryan have any questions for Mr. Chavez?
I just have one question, and to be real quick. I don't know if Commissioner Ellison has any.
I do not. Thank you.
Mr. Chavez, this is just more of a dialogue than anything. We had a discussion the other day with, I forget the PNM witness, but effectively looking at the fact that there's going to be a very different understanding of what constitutes being an energy customer moving forward, right? Because as the load shifting becomes integral to PNM's operations, consumers are going to be expected to actually participate in, keeping costs down. So I'm just curious what PNM's doing in terms of thinking about the future and how one will advertise about how customers become very different customers.
Yeah, that's a good question. And I want to say that it depends on the specific situations. Obviously, our job is to inform and educate customers as best that we can using our advertisements. And I think that it does depend on the certain situation, but that's going to be our main job and continuing to be our main job of informing and educating customers to the best of our ability.
But have you any specific, all right, so I mean, as far as, well, I don't know, it's probably a different discussion for a different day. I mean, I guess my thought is, in the future, do you see customer advertising expenses increasing as the need to educate customers becomes more intense?
I think it's always important, right, to educate our customers. And I think it kind of depends on the specific situation. I don't want to speak out of turn for the future. And like I said, our job is to continue to educate our customers as the best that we can for those specific situations.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, hearing examiner. Any redirect to what you just heard, PNM?
No, sir.
Okay, Mr. Chavez, thank you so much. We appreciate your testimony, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're excused.
Thank you.
Would the company please call its next witness?
Yes, sir, we will. It will take just a couple of moments to switch out.
Thank you.
But our next witness is Mr. Gagne. Mr. Hearing Examiner, off the record and just in the interest of future planning, we have a couple of witnesses that for which there's only 5 minutes reserved by the water utility, Emmanuel J. Lopez, E.J. Lopez, and Steve Maestas. None of the other parties have reserved any time. We're looking at the next batting lineup. We'd like to know if the water utility, is going to question those witnesses or reapportion that, just so we can let them know and plan accordingly.
Mr. Herman's back on screen for the Water Authority, sir.
Yes, Mr. Alvidrez, that was Mr. Lopez, Mr. Maestas, and what was the remaining witness?
Those were the two that only one party you had reserved time for, and it was a relative small amount of time. And we just wanted to know if your intent is still to examine them, or if we can take them off the list and focus on other witnesses to get them on deck, as I think it's been said.
And an attempt to stipulate into admission the testimony, is that right?
Yes, sir, if the commission and the hearing examiners likewise do not have any questions.
I see, yes.
Mr. Alvidrez, I was reserving that determination for closer to Tuesday on the 19th. But if we wanted to call them today, I would consider waiving.
Yeah, the plan isn't to call them today, but I don't know if you might give it some thought and let us know the next day or two. We'd appreciate it.
I can do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Herman.
And I see Mr. Gagne is now on the witness stand, and we call him.
Please do.
We call Mr. Gagne and ask that he be sworn.
Mr. Gagne, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter and opinions will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gagne. Can you please state your name, your employer, and your job title for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Yannick Gagne, and I'm a managing director and actuary with Willis Towers Watson.
And Mr. Gagne, did you prepare direct testimony dated December 5, 2022, that we marked as PNM Exhibit 33 in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you also have filed an errata with respect to your direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
And does PNM Exhibit 33 include the errata?
Yes, it does.
And with your testimony, your direct testimony as corrected by the errata, is it true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Examiner, we move the admission of PNM Exhibit 33, the direct testimony of Mr. Gagne.
Any objection? Hearing none, PNM Exhibit 33 is admitted.
And we pass the witness. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. New Mexico area, I have you down for 12 minutes with, no, excuse me, wrong. 12 minutes. It's the Water Authority. Forgive me. Mr. Herman, 12 minutes with Mr. Gagne.
Thank you. That won't be necessary. I don't have any questions for Mr. Gagne.
Thank you, sir. The Attorney General is next, sir. 10 minutes.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Gagne.
Good afternoon, Mr. Elliott.
If you would turn to page 11 of your direct testimony. You discuss here how cash contributions to the pension plans are determined.
Yes.
The company was permitted in the last few rate cases to include a prepaid pension asset in rate base. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And am I correct that the prepaid pension asset represents the amount that PNM has contributed to the pension fund that has not yet been recognized in its annual pension expense?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. So in determining the amount of the annual pension expense to use in calculation of the pension asset, does the company utilize the actual annual net periodic benefit cost as calculated pursuant to GAAP?
Could you repeat the question? I believe you used the same term twice. I just want to make sure I understand the question correctly.
Okay. I apologize for the background noise. That is actual thunder in the background. Let me repeat that. So in determining, are you getting a lot of background noise?
No,
I am not.
Okay. In determining the amount of annual pension expense to use in calculation of the pension asset, does the company utilize the actual annual net periodic benefit cost as calculated pursuant to GAAP?
Yes, it does.
Okay. My next question, the annual pension expense is based on a formula that takes a lot of factors into account, such as the level of pension benefits awarded, demographic factors about PNM's workforce, and assumptions about discount rates and other factors. Is that generally correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Am I correct that the amount that's actually contributed each year to the pension fund is based on a minimum that is required under ERISA?
That is partly incorrect. The minimum required by ERISA, as the nomenclature suggests, is the minimum amount that PNM has to contribute to the plan. However, it may be prudent, and often is prudent, to contribute an amount in excess of the minimum, as has happened in prior years.
And am I correct that the maximum that can be contributed is based on IRS code?
Correct. So the IRS sets a limit to the amount that a company can contribute to the pension plan and receive a tax benefit or a tax deduction for, and that's typically viewed as the maximum contribution. So as long as the contribution that's actually made to the trust is more than the minimum and less than the maximum allowable for tax purposes, the company has met its obligation.
And so it's fair to say that there's a wide spectrum of what the dollar difference between the minimum required contribution and the maximum deductible contribution.
That is correct. The range of permissible contribution between a minimum and maximum is quite large.
Okay. And in some cases, it could even be possible to have a $0 requirement.
Yes, it is possible to have a $0 requirement. It has actually been the case for the PNM plan for the last several years, and PNM has not made any new contribution to the plan for, I believe, at least the last 5 years. I would have to double check the dates, but.
Okay, and do you know what factors PNM uses each year to determine how much to contribute? or not contribute?
So it's a matter of looking at the overall funded status of the plan, looking at benefit security, and all of this within the minimum and the maximum of the plan. So taking all those factors into considerations before making a decision around how much to actually contribute.
What is benefit security?
So when I mentioned that, so the primary purpose of a pension fund is to ensure that assets are set aside in an amount that is sufficient to provide for the benefit, the payment of the pension benefits that have been promised to employees who've worked significant portion of their careers. So when I refer to benefit security, what I mean by that is thinking about the overall provisioning of the plan and making sure that through adequate funding and investments of those pension assets, there will be sufficient funds available to make those to fulfill those promises.
Thank you. And do you know who at PNM makes the decision regarding how much to contribute on an annual basis?
I can't. I know there's a combination of numbers of committees that make a recommendation and in combination with management, but I can't name specific individuals.
On page 15 of your testimony, you state that the total prepaid pension asset is about $154 million as of December 31, 2023. Is that right?
That was the projected amount.
The projected.
Correct. Yes.
And 134 million of that amount's included in this rate base claim. Is that?
That is my understanding. Yes. Another witness does those calculations, but I believe that's accurate.
I think, I believe it's Mr. Peters. Does that sound right?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And for the record, so I know Mr. Peters will be here, but I think it's on page 18 of his testimony. Do you know what the revenue requirement impact in this case is of including the 134.7 million?
I do not have the actual number as it's calculated in the particular work papers and exhibits. However, what I can say is the amount, the reason why PNM makes an adjustment to include in rate base less than the total prepaid is to account for the fact it is to essentially true up the calculation of the effect that a prepaid asset has on the net periodic benefit cost, which is included in cost here. And the reason for that is that $154.4 million of assets that PNM has contributed above and beyond amounts that it's recovered in prior years is sitting in the pension trust, is expected to earn a return. And as a result, as I mentioned on page 15 of my testimony, the actual net periodic benefit cost is $9.1 million lower than what it would otherwise be if that $154 million was not in the plan. So I understand the adjustments Mr. Peters calculates is so that the revenue requirement impact neutralizes the reduction in net periodic benefit costs so that overall the costs are the same, so that we could have what the expense would be if PNM had not made the additional funding for the benefit of its participants.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Gagne. I have no further questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Does the commission have any questions for Mr. Gagne, starting with Commissioner Ellison?
Yes, I would like to ask just a few questions, please. Good afternoon, Mr. Gagne.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ellison.
Thank you for appearing here today. I just have a few questions for you. This defined pension plan, does it cover all employees at PNM?
No, this is a legacy benefit plan, which used to cover all employees at PNM and was over time eliminated, stopped to new entrants and frozen. So the benefits that are being provided by this plan are set. No new employees are accruing new benefits under this plan.
I see. So all new employees would have a defined contribution type plan.
That is correct.
Okay. And what part of the defined benefit plan would normally be in the utilities revenue requirement?
So the cost, so we've calculated the cost of the plan for the electric operations. I do not know if there's additional adjustment from the costs we're providing. Again, another witness would be in a better position to say to talk about cost allocations to various components. But what I provide for is the total cost for the plan that's attached to what we call PNM Electric, so typically the regulated portion of the business.
And those costs, would they primarily be any new capital that's required to be put in the plan, or would it be administration of the plan?
So it's a combination of, so when you think about a defined benefit pension plan, it's an obligation that the employer takes for the very long run. We will take care of employees for the rest of their lives. So what we're seeing here and the costs that are attached here are the continuation of what ultimate, as we continue to pay down that obligation, it's the new costs that are related to that. And also a way to Mr. Elliott was asking questions around the prepaid pension asset. So the way the calculations work, so it's essentially a way to over time recognize into expense, into costs, amounts of capital that the company may have funded in advance.
Okay, and is it the pension plan currently fully funded? Is it funded more than required at this point?
It is not fully funded, but getting close. In my testimony, we provided, we had in a prior rate case, we had a shortfall of about $30 million earlier. At the beginning of this case, we were down to $3 or $4 million. So funding of the plan, the plan is in much better financial position. It was only 4 or 5 years ago.
Given higher interest rates now, does the plan have opportunities to earn more on fixed income assets?
It is certainly as the investments of the plans are set, taking into account the higher yielding fixed income is certainly a consideration.
Okay, and could you please remind me what is in the being requested to go into the revenue requirement for the pension?
Yeah, the amount of net periodic benefit cost for pension is just under $4 million. So it's 3.9. Let's call it $4 million. Can have this exact figure here.
4 million per year. Okay.
Per year, correct. And
right,
the vast majority of this cost is essentially a reimbursement of the pre-funding. So as we look at the various components, a lot of that really is that prepaid pension asset that the mechanism allow PNM to recapture.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner. Hearing Examiner Ryan.
Nothing for me, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, sir, no redirect. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gagne, we truly appreciate your testimony. Thank you, sir, for appearing.
Thank you.
You are excused. Okay. Right. Would PNM please call its next witness?
Yes, our next witness is going to be Jason Peters, and Mr. Williger will be presenting Mr. Peters.
Please proceed.
It may take him a moment to get in the witness room.
It's totally fine.
PNM calls Jason Peters. May the witness be sworn.
Mr. Peters, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter of opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you state your name, spell your last name and your title for the record, please?
Yes, Jason Peters, Peters, and my current title is Assistant Controller for Utility Accounting for PNM Resources.
Thank you. You have in front of you what's been marked as PNM Exhibit 34, which is your direct testimony filed on December 5th, 2022.
Yes,
Is that prepared by you or under your direction?
yes.
Do you have any corrections to PNM Exhibit 34?
No, I do not.
Is that testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes,
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
yes.
PNM request admission of PNM Exhibit 34, please.
Any objection? PNM Exhibit 34 is admitted.
I tender the witness for cross-examination.
Thank you. I believe we have the Water Authority up, requested 12 minutes with Mr. Peters. Is that correct?
It is, but again, I will waive my cross-examination for this witness.
Thank you. Attorney General, 20 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Peters.
Good afternoon.
Would you please turn to page 29 of your direct testimony? You're supporting the company's claim for 2 deferrals associated with COVID. Is that right?
Yes, the COVID reg asset and the COVID reg liability.
Okay. And the company has included a regulatory asset of for 1.8 million and a regulatory liability of 900,000 relating to COVID issues. Is that correct?
Yes,
And the regulatory asset is associated with bad debt expenses. Is that right?
correct.
Okay. On page 30 of your direct, you state that PNM actually recorded a total regulatory asset of 6.3 million associated with bad debt expense, which was based on projected write-offs. Is that correct?
Yes, that was the balance of the regulatory asset as of June 30th, 2022.
Okay. But the amount claimed in this filing is 1.8 million of that 6.3.
That's correct.
And that's based on write-offs through June 30th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct. That's based on actual write-offs.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the remaining 4.5 million is accrued for COVID-related bad debt expense that's projected to be written off after June 30th, 2022?
Yes, the 4.5 million reflects bad debt expense related to COVID-19 that unless circumstances change, will be written off in the future. I mean, if we actually experience those write-offs, then we would be seeking recovery of that in the future.
And for how long does PNM plan to retain the regulatory asset? And I guess my question here is, how long does PNM intend to classify a write-off as COVID related?
Well, I think the balance of that 6.3 million, which has been declining. I mean, at one point during the COVID-19 period, I'd say maybe in 2021, that balance was as high as 8 or 9 million. So as our collection efforts that Mr. Cervantes talked about, as those experience success, we then reverse some of those accruals, as you put it, and the reg asset balance actually declines. And that continues to be the case. But to directly answer your question, I think the 6.3 million as of June 30, 2022 will eventually either be reversed or be written off, in pieces. Each bad debt piece of that will either reverse or be written off and once that goes down to zero, then it'll be exhausted.
Okay. Turning back to the 1.8 million that's being requested in this case, you state on page 29, line 22 of your direct that this amount represents the difference between the actual account write-offs through June 30th, 2022 of 9.7 million and the amount being collected in rates of 7.9 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So am I correct that in a base rate case, bad debt expense is usually calculated on a percentage of actual bad debt expense to revenues over some period of time, like a 3 to 5 year average?
Well, I'm not actually certain of that, but that sounds reasonable.
Okay. And once bad debt costs are determined in a base rate case, there's not usually a true up of actual to versus the amounts recovered in rates, right?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you recall the test year that was used when the 7.9 million that is currently in base rates was authorized?
Well, the current rates would be based on the 2016 rate case, which would have a 2018 test year, I believe.
And since that time, do you know if there were any years in which the actual write-offs were less than 7.9 million?
I don't know that.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does the commission have any questions for Mr. Peters?
None for me.
And hearing examiner Ryan, could you check that I don't see in the participant list a commissioner listed? If I'm mistaken, please correct me.
No, and I don't see anybody wait in the waiting room, sometimes people just get dropped out. So no.
Okay. PNM, any redirect?
No, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Peters, appreciate your testimony. Thank you very much, sir, for providing testimony in this great case. You're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, let's, would PNM please call its next witness? And,
Yeah,
and
Mr.
by the way, may I just wanted to say, I'm just going to push us up to 5 o'clock, but no further than 5 o'clock. So wherever we are at 5 o'clock, that's where we will stop, but that's my intention. Okay, please proceed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Examiner. Wesley Gray is our next witness, and he's swapping out with Mr. Peters.
Thank you.
Will we need a couple of moments before 5 to work out the order presentation tomorrow?
Let's do it now if we could. If you're ready.
Yes, what we have based on the cross-examination times is Stuart McMenamin and Ms. Chan to slot in tomorrow.
Terrific, thank you. And obviously we'll see where we are with Mr. Gray. Unfortunately, we may have to hold him over and have him come back in the morning, but I'd like to use this time.
Mr. Alvidrez, this is Kelly Gould, or Mr. Hearing Examiner, may I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Does Mr. Alvidrez know who would slot in possibly on Thursday, or is that remain to be determined?
It's a good question.
I don't know. I'm sure I know they're working on it, but I haven't been informed yet. What the plans are.
I'm sorry, but that's a very pertinent question. Thank you for asking it. But that's kind of the spirit of what is spinning around in my head with this, just pushing that train down the track. So, okay. PNM, if we're ready, would you please call your next witness?
Yes, sir. We call Mr. Wesley Gray and ask that he be sworn.
Mr. Gray, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter of opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Gray, would you state your name, your employer, and your position for the record?
My name is Wesley Gray, Gray. My employer is Public Service Company of New Mexico, and I am the Director of Transmission, Distribution, and Substations.
And Mr. Gray, did you prepare direct testimony dated December 5, 2022 that was pre-filed in this case?
Yes, I did.
And can you confirm that PNM Exhibit 24 is a true and correct copy of that testimony?
Yes, it is.
And did you also file errata, have caused to be filed errata with certain corrections to your direct testimony?
Yes, I did.
And does Exhibit 24 include all of those revisions?
Yes, it does.
And with those revisions, is your direct testimony is set forth in PNM Exhibit 24 true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Examiner, we move the admission of PNM Exhibit 24.
Any objection? Hearing none, PNM Exhibit 24 is admitted.
And did you also prepare rebuttal testimony in this case that we've marked as PNM Exhibit 25?
Yes, I did.
And is that testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
And again, we move the admission of PNM Exhibit 25, the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Gray, into evidence.
Is there any objection? Again, hearing none, PNM Exhibit 25 is admitted.
And Mr. Gray is ready for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. New Mexico area has 56 minutes with Mr. Gray. Would you please proceed?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Gray. My name is Kelly Gould. I represent New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance, also known as NM Area.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Gray, you are the Director of Transmission, Distribution, and Substation Field Operations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you please describe some of your job duties?
I oversee all of PNM's field crews statewide, including distribution linemen, transmission linemen, substation technicians, relay and communications technicians, metering technicians, the vegetation management program, as well as the distribution operations center.
Thank you. So this might be a very simplistic question, but there is only one transmission system that PNM is responsible for. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just laying the land here. PNM's transmission system is used both by wholesale and retail customers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And can you please describe what a wholesale customer is and what a retail customer is?
A wholesale customer is a customer that just uses PNM's transmission network as a transportation to get from their generator site to some other utility outside of PNM's footprint. And a retail customer is a customer that is served under PNM's retail rate. So they are a direct customer of PNM's.
Thank you. And PNM allocates costs to its wholesale and retail customers through its OAT. Is that correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Do you know what do you know what OAT stands for?
Open Access Transmission Tariff.
So it would be OATT.
That is correct.
Thank you. Are you familiar with PNM's OAT?
I am familiar that we have an OAT, but how it gets applied or how it's calculated, I am not familiar with that.
And who would be the best witness to talk about that?
PNM witness Casas, I believe.
Casas is the witness that is familiar, the most familiar with PNM's OAT?
I believe so.
Okay. I'm going to ask some questions about the OAT. If you don't know the answer, please just say you don't know, if that's fair.
Okay.
Do you know if the OAT is designed to fairly allocate costs of the transmission system to the wholesale and retail customers?
I do not know that.
Okay. Do you know if FERC regulates PNM's OAT?
I believe FERC does regulate it. Yes,
Okay, and that's FERC, is that correct?
that is correct.
Do you know what that acronym stands for?
It's the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission.
Thank you. So if there's a benefit to the transmission system that benefits wholesale customers as well as retail customers, would that be accurate?
Could you repeat that question, please?
If there is a benefit to the transmission system, such as an upgrade or something along those lines, that benefit would benefit wholesale customers as well as retail customers. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Did Mr. Phillips or Mr. Casas consult you regarding their proposed allocation of 30% of the battery costs before PNM filed its application in this case?
No, they did not.
Did they ask, either of them ask before filing testimony in this case, you as the Director of Transmission and Distribution, how you foresaw the batteries would be used to support the transmission system?
No, they did not.
Do you have any part in operating the batteries that PNM proposes in this case?
Ms. Gould, which batteries are you referring to?
Either the ESA batteries or the PNM owned batteries?
My team does not have any control of the ESA batteries. Those are connected at the transmission level, and that is outside the scope of our responsibility. The two battery systems proposed connected to the distribution network. The generation group will do the control, and my group controls some devices on the distribution network, so they'll be aware of those batteries and their connection to the grid, and they will operate them as needed in cases of emergency or outage where we need to isolate that for safety of workers out there on the distribution facilities.
Thank you. So if I understand your answer correctly, for those PNM owned batteries, you and Mr. Huffington and his team will be working together to control those batteries?
That is correct.
Okay, but you and your team on the transmission side have no operational control over the ESA batteries?
No, we don't.
And who, would it be Mr. Huffington who has control over those batteries?
They govern the overall operation of those batteries. And in a similar case to the distribution batteries, those transmission batteries are governed under our transmission operations team, also referred to as power operations, under a different director at PNM, and they do similar operations as my distribution operations team does. They control the transmission network and work with crews to isolate sections of it, but the control of the batteries falls under Mr. Heffington's team.
Thank you. Do you support Mr. Casa's functionalization of 30% of the battery cost to transmission?
I don't deal with cost allocations. You'll have to reference Mr. Casa, PNM witness Casas.
Okay. If you know Mr. Casa's functional, excuse me. If you know Mr. Casa's functionalization assumes that batteries provide a benefit to the transmission system, is that your understanding?
Yes, it is.
What benefit do the ESA batteries provide to the transmission system?
They provide some voltage support, but beyond that, I'm not aware of what other benefits they might provide.
Do you know if PNM's fossil fuel fired generation also provides voltage support to the transmission system?
Yes, it does.
Are you aware if PNM is proposing to functionalize any portion of its fossil fuel generation to transmission?
I'm not aware of that.
Would it surprise you that they're not?
Again, Ms. Gould, I don't do cost allocation.
So we established that the functionalization of the battery to transmission would assume that batteries provide a benefit to the transmission system. Are you aware if the wholesale customers share the costs of those batteries that are functionalized to the transmission system?
I'm not aware of that, no.
And who would be the best to ask that question to?
Believe PNM witness Casas.
Okay. So you're not aware whether or not PNM has assigned those costs, like whether those battery costs are included in PNM's OAT, are you?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Do you agree that PNM has not been able to identify any transmission investment that will be avoided as a result of the batteries?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
In the redirect of Mr. Heffington's examination, Mr. Alvidrez referred to the ESAs as transmission batteries. Do you know why?
They are connected to the transmission network, which would be voltages typically above 69 kV or 69,000 volts.
Thank you. Are all of PNM's generation resources connected in some way to PNM's transmission system?
For the most part, yes, except for the 2 storage systems which are proposed to be connected to the distribution network.
Okay, so the ESA batteries are not unique in this, is that accurate?
No,
And calling them transmission batteries does not have anything to do with how they should be allocated, is that correct?
that is correct.
Have you ever heard of the SERVM model, SERVM?
No, I have not.
Does the SERVM model have any bearing on how you operate PNM's transmission system?
I don't know about the software or the model, so I don't know how it would apply to the operation of the transmission network.
You don't use it in your operations?
Not in my operations, no.
Okay, thank you. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you. Water Authority. Are you there? Yes, you are.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. No questions for this witness.
Thank you, sir. Attorney General.
Good afternoon. Just one moment. Mr. Gray, thank you. If you would turn to page 2 of your rebuttal testimony, you discuss Ms. Crane's employee adjustment here. Do you see that?
Yes, I'm there.
Oh, okay. On lines 15 through 17, you note that Ms. Crane accepted PNM's claim for 37 of the 50 new distribution operation employees that are included in this filing, but recommended disallowance of the other 13, right?
Correct.
The 37 employees were expected to be hired by July 1, 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, that was our original thought.
And how many of those 37 have been hired so far?
So far, we have not hired any of those positions.
Okay. And I guess the answer to my next question is, has the company hired any of the additional 13 employees projected to be added by December 31, 2024?
No, we have not.
Okay. Well, hypothetically, if any of those positions were filled with existing PNM employees, would that result in a new vacancy in the prior employee's position?
Yes, it would.
Okay. On page 5 of your rebuttal, lines 14 through 15. You state that no additional disallowance is warranted because actual distribution O&M for the 12 months ending June 30th, 2023 was higher than the projected at 33.6 million. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Does the 33.6 million represent just distribution labor or all distribution costs?
That is covering distribution, operation, and maintenance expenses.
And labor is a part of O&M, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so all distribution costs, is there anything that's missing from that?
No, I don't believe there is.
Okay. Next, I wanted to discuss the wildfire mitigation, which I think is on page 70 of your direct testimony. Let me know when you're there.
Okay.
You state the company is seeking an increase of $225,000 in wildfire transmission costs and an increase of $675 million in wildfire distribution expenses. So the company is seeking a total incremental cost increase of $900,000 in this case. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. On page 69 of your direct at line 6 through 14, you ask why the costs have increased from the base period to the test period, and you respond with 2 sentences about additional monitoring and preventative maintenance and the need to meet changing climate conditions. My question is this: have you provided a breakdown of the components that are specifically included in the $900,000 increase, or a calculation showing how the $900,000 increase was determined?
Mr. Elliott, on page 2 through 5 of my rebuttal, I talk, on page 5 through 8 of my rebuttal, we talk a little bit more about the wildfire mitigation needs for more advanced patrolling of the various sections, doing that via various avenues. One, a traditional ground-based patrol, and then doing aerial patrols, and then looking at newer technologies such as drone and satellite-based imaging to determine vegetation growth rates, as well as proximity from vegetation to power line, whether it's at the transmission level or distribution level, and then running analysis of that data to determine prioritization of vegetation clearing. And is the vegetation that's there, does it fall within our various vegetation management guidelines? So it is a tool for us to prioritize the work that we would need to keep vegetation from having impacts, whether it's on transmission lines or distribution lines. We also
I did see that, and I appreciate that answer, but just going back to my question, which is really about how that increase was determined, and in terms of where the funding was going and the needs, because there were several technologies you discussed there.
Correct. We worked with our wildfire consultant, a gentleman who has over 30 years of experience in both the wildland firefighting, as well as he worked for another investor-owned utility and ran sections of their wildfire program.
he consults with numerous utilities in the West. And as we move our wildfire program and grow it, we talked to him about the things we need to do to try to improve and get our program up to, an industry standard level. And through that, we worked with him to determine costs associated with each one of those pieces. And that's how we came up with the $900,000 increase.
If I'm not mistaken, there was no testimony submitted by him, right?
No, there was no testimony.
And I just have to ask, you said to bring PNM up to industry standard. Is it the company's opinion that we're currently below standard?
We're trying to grow this program and get up to where some of the leading electric utilities are as far as wildfire mitigation programs. Our program is still somewhat in its infancy, and we're trying to accelerate that on a voluntary basis until there's some requirement for us to have one. We're doing it being a good steward.
Certainly, it is an issue that is of the utmost importance and public interest, as we saw after the tragedy in Hawaii, right?
Absolutely.
On page 11, turning to vegetation management now, lines 8 through 15 of your rebuttal, you have some calculations suggesting how the proposed $2 million, well, the company is seeking $2 million for vegetation management, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So you have some calculations on page 11, lines 8 through 15, suggesting that how the proposed 2 million represents an increase of about 2 to 3%. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And just to be clear, because there was some confusion about the costs, as you discuss at the bottom of 11 and beginning of page 12 of your rebuttal testimony, PNM is seeking in this case to escalate its actual base period vegetation management costs by the escalation factor of 4%. And in addition, add another 2 million to that amount. Do I understand that correctly?
That is correct.
Okay. And the company's base period costs were $5,518,990. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And PNM escalated the base period cost to $5,969,340. Is that, and then added another 2 million on top of that. Is that correct?
Yes, the $5,969,340 is for the test period. And you're correct that we are asking for 2 million above that for a total of 7.9 million for vegetation management.
Okay. And just for the sake of math, that's an increase of a little over 44%. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And finally, Ms. Crane recommended disallowance of an incremental expense of $1.5 million for infrastructure maintenance. And you addressed that on page 13 of your rebuttal testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you talk about on pages 13 and 14 about aging infrastructure and increases in costs of materials and the need for maintenance. But my question is, have you provided an explanation of exactly what's included in the 1.5 million? Have you provided budgets for new projects or provided calculations showing specific increases in costs that total 1.5 million?
At the bottom of page 13 of my rebuttal. I talk a little bit on lines, starting on line 21, about, extra line patrols and extra maintenance. As the distribution system, the transmission systems get older, they just require more maintenance, more patrolling to try to be proactive and prevent outages. And in the cases of need where there is minor maintenance that needs to be done on those networks, we do that. And with the escalation of labor and material costs, we need additional funding to adequately support the reliability and safety of those networks.
Okay. Mr. Gray, my last question is, have you analyzed why the June 30th, 2023 costs, distribution O&M were higher than projected?
We're doing activities similar to activities we would have done in any other year. And we had projected about a $3 million, subject to verification. We projected what we thought, and just the additional costs incurred for labor and materials is pushing us into that. Hence the reason why we're asking for some increases.
Okay. And is that in your rebuttal testimony?
For which piece of my rebuttal?
Well, just that explanation that you just provided as far as the why the costs for distribution O&M were higher than projected.
Give me a moment. No, we don't specifically call out that increase. We talk about the additional $3 million on page 5 in that section between lines 8 and lines 12, but there is no specific breakdown of what those charges are.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have for you, sir. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Staff, I have you down for 5 minutes with this witness.
Yes, sir. We have just one question, maybe two. Good afternoon, Mr. Gray. My name is Gloria Regensburg, and I work with the Public Regulation Commission in the Utility and the Legal Division. I represent the Utility Division staff. It's nice to meet you.
Good afternoon.
Please refer to Exhibit 24. I guess that's your direct testimony, page 3.
Okay.
Okay, and going through lines 11 and then through page 4, line 12. Those are the first 3 of your key conclusions in your testimony. I'll just give you a second to review. So my question is, when PNM plans and designs its transmission system, does PNM consider it is imperative to ensure there is sufficient transmission capacity and facilities to serve PNM's gross system peak load?
Yes, that is part of the metric that we use to determine the size and capacity of any new facility, is looking at the existing need that we would offset by installing that facility plus some future growth.
Okay, thank you. And would you agree that it's imperative that in order to ensure reliable service to customers, PNM should have sufficient transmission facilities and capacity to serve its gross system peak each year?
Yes.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you so much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm looking at the participant list to see if we have any commissioners. It does not appear that we do.
No.
Mr. Ryan, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I have a few. Mr. Gray, how are you doing, sir?
Good, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Good. You make clear in two different parts of your testimony, I'm not going to ask you to turn to it, but the distribution level improvements you're requesting funding for, or let's put that in another way, the planned distribution improvements that you'll make in the test year are different entirely from those requested in the grid modernization context. That's what your testimony is, right?
Yes, that is correct.
So did you and Omni, Mr. Warner, who was the lead person for P&M in the grid modernization case 22-00058, did you sit down and to discuss how are we going to do this? Like, and I'm asking the question really to get a sense of how can the commission understand in this case how you decided what distribution investments were necessary, distinct from the grid modernization context?
Yes. Myself and Mr. Warner, we sat down and we discussed the differentiation between what we view as core infrastructure work, which will be items such as line upgrades where we're increasing capacity and replacing infrastructure, replacing aged equipment, such as underground cabling, versus the technology advancements which are coming with grid modernization and under the grid modernization filing. And we determined, all of those core elements that would fall under the traditional rubric of this rate filing, which is really just core infrastructure. It's poles, wire, cable, connecting new electric service, doing those types of interconnections and replacement projects of core assets, versus the technology and grid mod, which is things such as advanced metering infrastructure, advanced distribution management systems, the technology pieces that go with more of a grid modernization definition.
And
bless you.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And I understand all the things you're saying, 'cause I had lengthy conversations with Mr. Warner and those proceedings. But so I just want to make sure I understand when we're looking at the distribution improvements and the funds for those improvements. At page 49 of your direct, that $502.4 million, would that number encompass all of the improvements that are needed to achieve the distribution upgrades that we were just talking about, or you just explaining to me?
Well, Hearing Examiner Ryan, the number you're quoting from the bottom of page 49,
okay,
WG3, that is for transmission improvements.
Okay.
Okay.
So
on the top of page 50, we have the continuation of that table of 497.3 million. That's
okay,
the distribution improvements.
And I'm sorry, I apologize. I was meant to point to the second table. And so then I was trying to figure out, so reliability and compliance are the two principal cost areas there. That's correct, right?
Correct.
And why is that the case?
Reliability improvements are typically feeder upgrades and replacements, which have the potential of causing outages on the distribution network. So in those cases, they are projects associated with replacing aged underground cable, replacing other aged equipment, poles, switching of closures. And then the compliance piece is for upgrades of equipment, which P&M needs to install to stay in compliance with primarily Federal Energy Regulatory Commission changes to the those reliability standards. And so there's technology that needs to be put in place to be in compliance with those federal type rules on the transmission and distribution systems. And so those are the reasons why those are probably our two big spenders.
Okay. And the types of distribution improvements that are necessary are not, but that you've just referenced are not the types of things that Mr. Warner was talking about in our grid mod case. And if I recall correctly from that, we had the proposals there, as you sort of described, were technology implementation. This is more just hardware, the sort of nuts and bolts of the distribution system.
Yes, that's correct. I mean, it's that base infrastructure. It's poles, wires, cables, transformers, switching enclosures that we use day to day on the distribution and transmission networks. The infrastructure that Mr. Warner refers to is really more of the technology used to do self-healing, self-restorative networks, to collect more, have more data granularity in a case such as AMI, where you have data based on a meter polling interval, 15 minutes or an hour interval. So you get much more granular, but it's a lot more technology-based infrastructure. Though there is some hardware that is associated with grid mod, it's easy to kind of divide those two pieces up between core infrastructure and then the higher technology pieces.
How has the well, let me ask before I ask that question. Let's ask, is this investment number a large one as far as from a I mean, I realize the last rate case was some years ago, but if I were to go back and look at sort of distribution proposed investments, then would I discover that this is just massively beyond that, or where are we here in terms of this commitment of funds for these distribution purposes?
This is an increase in funding or spending that we're doing to try to be a little more proactive in replacing some of our aged equipment. Throughout testimony, I talk about the age and the end of useful life of a lot of these assets that have been out there on PNM's network. And so there is an increase in spending accompanying this to try to replace that and get us back to a spot where we don't have as much of that infrastructure at the end of its useful life.
And I guess the ultimate question there is, one of the concerns we had in the grid mod context, or at least one of the concerns I had, and spoke about this openly at the hearing, is, has PNM kept up with necessary investments in distribution?
We've kept up with our general maintenance, but with this additional spending, that's the intent, is to do some catch up on infrastructure replacement and move that program along further than we have in the more recent past.
Do you see any of this spending here as discretionary, or is this really all essential?
I view it as a essential. Hearing Examiner Ryan, and the reason being is we want to be proactive in trying to replace this equipment to eliminate outages from those causes that we can: failed equipment, cable failures, other type of hardware failures. And if we can get out there and be proactive and get that equipment replaced, then we're trying to eliminate those outage causes as best we can.
I guess that's not necessarily, and I suppose when I'm just hearing you say that, I understand, for distributed energy resource purposes, you're going to have to solve the problem with some of these constrained feeders. What you just described there about outages and what have you, if I recall correctly from the grid mod context as well, there was a correlation between some of the least effective, or I guess the distribution system that needed the most investment also happened to correlate with lower socioeconomic areas. Is that right? Am I correct about that?
Not really. You know, it's looking at the system as a whole and looking at age of assets we have out there on the various systems statewide. And we went through with one of our consultants and prioritized a list of feeder improvements. You're correct. As far as distributed resources on the network, we have 20 feeders at this point, which are near or at saturation for it, and we cannot connect anymore. We're proposing 2 battery projects on 2 feeders, which will offset some of that congestion. And in the other feeders, they're in the priority list of doing feeder upgrades and replacements. The challenge we've seen with some of that is a battery project can have a fairly quick turnaround once the feeder is identified. You know, we're looking at a year time frame in getting a battery project installed, versus if we're going through and doing a reconstruction of a feeder, that's a 2 to 4 year project in just the engineering, material procurement, and construction. And so it's trying to balance cost and time frame versus customers' needs and desires out there on the grid. And that's a little bit of art and a little bit of magic that goes with what we're trying to do. We're trying to balance all of those needs, as well as the reliability and safety of our systems, to be able to continue to meet their needs and the things they want to do with electrification.
I guess as you were talking, and I realize it's 5 o'clock, so we've come to the end of the day, but you know, just correct me if I'm wrong about this. You know, you categorize distribution feeder upgrades on page 56 as part of the reliability investments. Is that right?
Yes.
But I mean, you know, I think, you know, you could look at the Hawaiian Electric, and I think the statistic is 30% of their generation comes from distributed energy resources. And if I understand PNM's long range goal, you know, you're looking to achieve something like that, given the abundance of sunshine and decreasing cost of solar panels. So are those really, I mean, I understand why you could call them reliability, but it's also, seems like it's a bigger thing than that. The ability to add distributed energy resources goes way beyond reliability. And you can correct me if I'm wrong about that.
No, absolutely. You know, it's that combination of reliable service of energy from us, but as well as interconnecting those distributed resources and providing for load growth with the electrification of the transmission network, with so many more electric vehicles coming forward. And it's balancing all of that to meet customer needs. So we'll talk about it briefly in that narrative on page 56, that some of it is growth and some of it is reliability, and it's all part of the putting those projects together and prioritizing them.
Okay, I'll stop there. Thank you very much, Mr. Gray.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Ryan. Mr. Gray, I know I promised that we'd stop at 5, but could I just have a few minutes of your time too?
Certainly.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. You mentioned that, did you consult with or review the policies of the leading electric utilities on wildfire mitigation?
We have looked at some of the bigger players that have mature programs. They're typically in California. They've had this requirement to have a wildfire mitigation program. So we compared our program to them. But as we built the framework of our wildfire mitigation program, we really crafted it to match the needs and terrain types that we see here in New Mexico.
So did you look at PG&E's plan?
We've looked at PG&E's plan. We've looked at San Diego Gas and Electric's plan. And our consultant is.
How about Southern California Edison too?
I can't say specifically whether we looked at SCE's plan or not. You know, our consultant, part of his training was with, he worked at San Diego Gas and Electric, working on their wildfire mitigation program.
And who is he?
His name is Randy Lyle.
And he worked for SDG&E?
Yes. For about 12 years in their wildfire mitigation program team. And then he also worked with the California Department of Forestry's CAL FIRE unit doing wildland firefighting. So he is very aware of both sides of this coin. And so upon his retirement, he went into the consultant and he consults with numerous utilities in the Western United States.
Thank you. You say you built the framework of the company's wildfire mitigation program. The company, quote unquote, really crafted it to match the needs and terrain types that you see in New Mexico. Are they similar to the what one encounters in terms of terrain and needs in California?
Somewhat. There are some similarities in portions of PNM service territory. You know, in the Ruidoso area, we have some pretty big trees in the Ponderosa pines that are there. But in my experience, I worked for a utility in California prior to me coming to PNM. You know, we're talking 100-foot tall Ponderosa pines in Ruidoso, and in my former service area in California, we're talking 150 to 200 foot tall Jacobs and Ponderosa pines in the Sierra Nevada mountains in California. So you have to do some adaptation of a wildfire mitigation program just because there's differences in the terrain and differences in that vegetation type.
I forget what, I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, and you know, we took our program, we took a framework of programs in California, and then we customized it for what we see here in New Mexico, because we have a little more open terrain. So
yeah,
we crafted it for the winds we foresee happening in certain parts of the state, those different terrain types, those different vegetation types, and started putting that framework together based on that.
Yeah, and lots of places in California, the distinction of it's heavier vegetation, right?
Correct.
More, it's denser.
Yes.
And who did you work for in California? I forgot what it said on your CV about that. If you said anything about who you worked for there?
I worked for Pluma Sierra Rural Electric Cooperative, and it was located in the heart of the Sierra Nevada mountains, about an hour north of Lake Tahoe.
And there was I just read about the fire in Plumas County, right?
Yes.
One of the major fires. Which one was that?
Well, the two big fires from PG&E are the Camp Fire and the Dixie Fire.
It was Dixie.
And those two fires started, give or take, 40 miles west of where I was located in California. So yes, I'm you know, coming in to PNM, I come in with that institutional knowledge of what they experienced there in that terrain type. And then as we continue to evolve our wildfire mitigation program, it just lends to adapting it for what our specific needs are.
Yeah. Yep. And the Dixie Fire destroyed over 1,300 homes and burnt nearly a million acres, right?
Correct. I believe so.
I was wondering about your listening closely to your testimony about the terrain and tailoring it to New Mexico. Has the company looked at what PG&E is committed to on a larger scale, which is to underground a lot of distribution lines, a lot of the old, the legacy infrastructure?
Yes, we've discussed that option and other types of installations that may achieve similar type of results without the increased cost of undergrounding. We have started to look at technologies such as covered overhead conductors, which are used in other utility areas that have high levels of vegetation, high tree density. And it has been successfully used by a number of utilities. The stuff I'm really familiar with is in the Pacific Northwest, of avoiding those type of tree contacts from a reliability standpoint of preventing outages and preventing that type of possible ignition source for wildfire.
And PG&E is doing that too, though, right?
Yes, I believe it's something that they're working on, as well as part of that strategy of, do you underground it or do you cover it? And in some of those areas in the Sierra Nevadas where you're digging into straight granite, it's going to be tough underground facilities.
Not to testify, but in the Santa Cruz Mountains where I'm from, it seems like they're doing some of that there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your testimony and disclosing Mr. Lyle and talking about all this stuff, and more particularly, your testimony with Mr. Ryan, but mine as well. But the testimony of him was a little bit more difficult, I would say, more technical. So I appreciate that. Any redirect?
Yes, just a couple of questions, if I may.
Please.
Mr. Gray, I wanted to go back to some questions that the Attorney General had asked you about the status of the additional employees that you're seeking in your department. Do you recall that questioning?
Yes.
What are PNM's plans with respect to those hires with regard to the test period, future test period in this case?
In my rebuttal testimony, I bring forth that, PNM's plan is to hire all 50 of these positions by the end of the test period. So we're committing to getting going on it here toward the end of 2023 and completing the hires by the end of 2024.
And in the absence of having these additional employees, is the company doing anything?
In the interim, our workload is still very high. And so we are utilizing external resources to meet those customers' needs, whether it's for new service extensions, for replacing equipment, doing some of our feeder upgrade work. And so we're having to utilize contractors to fill the void in the interim. So that spending is occurring. It's just not occurring with internal resources at this time. And, our aim is to convert that portion of the work from external resources back to internal PNM employees as we move through the test period.
How would you compare the relative costs of having internal personnel versus outside consultants perform these tasks?
We're seeing that our external consultants and contractors come at a premium. And so those costs are far higher than they would be utilizing internal PNM resources.
Those are my questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Examiner.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Gray, thank you so much for your testimony and for staying over 5 p.m. We truly appreciate your efforts in this case. So you're excused. And with that, I think we should definitely recess for the evening, unless there is anything to address before we go. Okay, hearing nothing, then we are in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you all very much. Have a good evening. We are off.